to Knoxville, don't be late. Baker's Live, it's gonna be great. June 5th and 6th, mark your date at Dollywood, we'll celebrate. Meet Baker and more cool friends, live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. Rides, fun, and meet and greet. Baker and pals, the crew's so sweet. Get ready for laughs, cheers, and thrills. Knoxville's the place, it's giving chills. Meet Baker and more cool friends. Live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. June 5th and 6th, don't miss the fun. Meet Baker and friends, it's second to none. Baker and friends, it's second to none.
John spent every day in the hospital at her bedside as brain C ate away his beautiful outgoing sister. The Irish has a unique sense of tragedy, born from centuries of oppression and misery that seemingly ever lurked in the shadows. For some, the so-called Black Irish, this gloom creates a defense mechanism. Expecting disaster lessens its sting when it's arrived. But this isn't the O'Keeffes. Kristen maintained her sunny optimism even though the long ordeal of her unaliving. John's mother Peg always arrived in court infused with energy and ready for battle. Paul generously offers emotional support to the very people the defense attack. I hate my mods. I hate Plevin. I hate that anyone printed anything that man wrote. Nothing in the first 30 pages makes sense. I hate every single part of that book. If I'm not streaming ever again, please call 911. I might have drunk myself to Valhalla because I hate my mods. I read roughly 30 pages. I did a script. I did, the graphics on the front, I would have changed it. I would probably have gone more in this direction. Weird build-up where we start talking about Plevin and his wake-up routine and his friend. Oh, he sees a potential for grifting. At page 3, I stopped taking notes and I just put in the margin, what the F? Why? This has nothing to do with the other part. Why did we get here? Who is this? I hate my mods. Hate is a strong word. You haven't read 30 pages of Plevin's book. Hate is a very, very low level of the feelings I have in my body right now. I wish I could read it to all of you, so no one else would ever have to read this book, because it is the worst attempt at writing I have ever... Well, I did some really bad writing when I was in school. There's no continuity in it. It seems like it's just oh, I forgot to talk about this part. I forgot to talk about this part. At some point, we go from a childhood friend to someone he met. Oh, a childhood friend who became a pallbearer. A pallbearer at what? Because he doesn't say a pallbearer at John's funeral. Then we go to he's at this university, and then he graduates from another university. Not everyone is American. This is a worldwide case, and if you are such a great writer that everyone should be following you, you should think about not all of us understands why you go to 2 universities, because we would just go to 1. You tell a story, you say, John met Jim when he enrolled at Frankfurt University, where he did his undergrad in basket weaving and underwater yoga. And they continued this friendship even after John moved to Northwestern. This is how you tell a story, you progress the story. It's cliff notes that seems like someone jumbled them. It's kind of like he gave them a stack of notes, tipped it over, and people just put it back together and said, yeah, I'll be fine. If he had a proofreader, that proofreader should have... He uses the sentence, Jennifer McCabe and Carrie Roberts are not known as shy violets, which means that they are pretty tough girls who can talk the talk and walk the walk. But he uses it in a sentence where Karen Reed is screaming hysterically in a car, which makes no sense because you wouldn't use it in the... This is my 3rd language. I'm dyslexic. I never returned a book report in school that got anywhere above a 7. 7 is just below mid in Danish, in the Danish character scale when I went to school. It hurt my brain. I have read the German painter's book, well, the Austrian painter's book, because I am very interested in the Second World kerfuffle, and I tried to figure out why do people do something this insane. That's easier to understand than these ramblings, and I'm 30 pages in. Jemima has read ahead and says there's a part where he talks about Karen where it kind of seems like a love novel. This is the worst book you ever, don't. I know it's free if you have Kindle. Don't read it. I can't stress enough how bad it is. I will read it. I will then sue him for emotional and mental distress. And he will have to move up to the 2nd tier of the addict in his mom's house because I will sue him for everything he owns. This book is such a bad book. I won't even call it a book. You know, because I'm an idiot, when I saw he was writing a book, I thought, hey, I'll write a book. I've written 5 chapters and tried to keep it kind of chronologically. His prologue changes directions and style from line to line. There's this paragraph about, hey, I woke up one morning and talked to my friend and he told me there's a great griftability in this case. And I jumped on it. The next, he's trying to build suspense. They were sitting in a car in the impenetrable darkness. They couldn't see anything. Shut up. We saw the video. You have headlights on cars in America too. You're not that backwards. You couldn't look out the front windows because the windshield wiper could hardly follow up with the snow. John O'Keefe was laying in the snow, barely holding on to life. He wasn't breathing. Newsflash, Plevin. Try holding your breath for 5 minutes and see if you are living. If he wasn't breathing, he wasn't living. Just because he wasn't pronounced dead at the scene is a technicality. And if they might have heard when they turned him around, that's gases escaping the body. I don't think I can stream today. I hate my mods. I would say even if you can sail the high seas and get a copy of it, it's not worth it. Don't ever open. I will do it. I promised I would do a fair review. I can't do a book report on it because there's no continuity. It's just too impossible. But I will give a fair review, or maybe I'll just force someone else to read it along with me and just do a book report style where we're just discussing how stupid it is. Yeah, but instead of washing my tongue with soap, I have been bleaching my eyeballs. Really not nice. Will this book influence the jury? Well, if any of them read it, they will fall over laughing and say, well, clearly not guilty. He's I know it's a self-published book, even though, well, I got a publisher. No, you got someone. It's kind of like I have a t-shirt store. I do the merch and Spring prints it for me, and they take most of the money. It's the same with his book. Yeah, the 2 5-star reviews that's already on it, claiming that that it's so good and Plevis is such a great guy. He keeps on that. Karen Reed is an alcoholic who hangs out in bars with men. It's a subtext, but that's how it reads. Where's the proof of that? Brian Albert is one of the greatest detectives in history, and he's a war hero. I think he was deployed. It's just, I hate my mods. Well, it is very enlightening because everything you will read after this, even if it's the back of your shampoo bottle, will be a masterpiece. This isn't it. OnlyFan is taking a day off. And court is late as always. Yeah. Well, he does say that John was a bachelor who liked the fast life in bars, but then, no. Then he goes into talking about when John adopted the kids. This is where you put all the emotion into it. This is where you paint John as a saint and show how bad it is he was unalived. How does Plevin do that? He writes, well, John was a bachelor in Boston, hanging around, dating a lot of chicks. That chick from 20 years ago also get a mention. She's she loves him so much. And then he goes from, and the family was discussing who should take them in. No, it's more likely who didn't want to have them. And John says yes, and he buys a home in Canton or Campton or whatever, wherever, I don't know. And the kids were, and this shows a lot about John's character. The middle income in Massachusetts is, he writes John's character, and then he goes in to talk about house prices. I'm constantly going back reading and saying, did I miss something? Did I blink out and just miss that part where we're talking about how great a character John had? End chapter, go on to the next thing. No. John's character, the middle housing price in Canton is It makes no sense. It absolutely makes... Oh, OnlyFan. Down, chicka, down, down. It's because Stephanie said, pain and suffering. Much love, Baker. Thank you so very, very much, Stephanie. This is probably the amount of money I can sue Plevin for anyway. So you have just doubled my income from my lawsuit. But I can't stress enough how much you should never, ever, not even if you can read a free extract, don't do it. You will hate yourself. I hate my mods. Hey, Cindy Lou Woohoo. Need someone smaller than you to pick on when you're blasted. Classic. If you're talking about me, Plevin is bigger than me. Plevin have more viewers than I do. That shows that the mental health crisis in America is real. Yeah, John's pretend widow gets mentions how she's in court supporting the family. I bet you it would make sense. No, he bought a house, and then we get to what houses cost in Canton. Very important. You spin me right, my baby, right round, like a roller coaster, baby, right round. Well, Jemima has volunteered to come on channel with me because we can't do a review of it. I tried to make a document and say, can you help me do this? And then she just pointed out how stupid everything is. So she has accepted to join me on a stream where we will just talk about what part we hate the most about the book. This was my law school's rule that said asking anyone to proofread papers was cheating is dumb. Yep. Hey, RG. Hey, Chandy. Well, I'm sorry. I've been yelling a lot today. Hey, Karen Kruger Vihoen, maybe. I'm not good at the Dutch pronunciations. From South Africa. No one watches Plevin but bots and Food Stamp 5. Well, he has 700-800 people watching him, so he does better than I. No, my liver couldn't handle living in Canton. It was John O'Keefe's adoption drinking comment merged the two topics into a joke. Oh, sorry. I have been a little under emotional distress today. I feel like my mods... By the way, as mod of the year contestant, shouldn't you be cracking the whip over the mods and say, don't do this to Baker? Someone is going down. I might even help Valhalla stack the deck again. Maybe. Hey, Tom. How are you doing? Been a while. Celine Dion just started performing. Hey, Mini Busy from Atlanta. Well, I do have a way better chat than Plevin's because I don't think Plevin's chat is capable of hitting a keyboard. I didn't cover it yesterday. Rumor was they had a sidebar in the morning and the defense looked unhappy, but that's just rumors and we can't do anything. That's the same with all the people who are saying, well, the McAlberts have begun talking. Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. Again, it was the 1st of April, so... I haven't read this far ahead. Chapter 10 is named The Proctor Exam. Uh, and he's saying all the sharing of the I'm looking for nudes, she's a babe if you like him with a flat ass, and all of that. It was minor details like happens every day. So he couldn't understand why he got in trouble. And he has first-hand experience with very honorable police officers who say things in private messages that would be perceived as offensive. Well, Plevin, you better turn them in if they are leaking documents or parts of a trial that they're not allowed to, especially if they do it to someone who couldn't hack it as a bartender. Oh, by the way, we go from them finding John's body to him being in the hospital with his brain cancer, lung cancer, some cancer. I'm not sure. He was looking at HBO. Help is on the way to John O'Keefe, passed away in the snow. Help is on the way. And then we go to Plevin being admitted to hospital with a fever. 107, if I remember correctly. Yes, I hate my mods. This is Yellow Cottage Chair's book about the Karen Reed trial. Imagine you after 2 shots of sparkling wine, trying to voice to text, and it still makes more sense than his book. Who is the publisher, or is he self-published? It's one of those, back in the day, you would call it like the penny novels, or, you know, where you could write a short story and get them to publish it. They'll publish any YouTuber. If you have a book, they'll publish it. But apparently they don't let editors look at your stuff because it makes no sense. Bev's going to find a way to kick the cameras out. I don't think there's any way she can do that. No, it's called Blue something. Their website looks like it's made before MySpace. So Plevin did a Rosamund picture. I don't know who that is. I don't know all the cool people. But back to this case that's now 15 minutes late. They're probably walking through all the jurors. This is Dr. Ingolf Tuerk, who is an East German urologist who moved to the States in his 40s, quite famous for his robotic urology operations. Just before the coup, he met Kathleen McLean, and they started dating. I don't think it was a good relationship, because they were, oh, we're getting married, we're not getting married, we're getting married, we're not getting married. And so it was more, I don't know. And I don't think both of them was quite ready for it. They got married in a drive-through wedding in Las Vegas, where all the best marriages starts, and moves back home, and 4 months later, she wants a divorce. He wants a divorce too, because he kind of alleges that she's a gold digger. He's getting thrown out of the house. He goes to Germany, and then because of the coup, you Americans were told that you had to be back within 5 days, or you would have to stay out of the country forever, or something like that. He comes back, have no place to stay, goes to Florida, stays in a motorhome, camper van, something, comes back, stays at a hotel while they are trying to figure out what to do. He wants to go back to Germany and work. She wants the house. They meet up, we know that much, and they have a dinner where her kids are there. That dinner turns wet, as we would say in Denmark, because they started drinking. According to the doctor, they then proceed to enter the bedroom, where brown chicken, brown cow happens. After the brown chicken, brown cow, he begs her to take him back or something like that. It was really hard to hear on the tape yesterday. She then slams him in the face with a glass. And then he slightly touches her neck. And she passes away. And he panics, drags her down to a pond and throws her in a pond. Goes home, tries to drink 2 bottles of whiskey, and is found unresponsive 2 days. It was Thursday night, and they found him. I think they found him Saturday morning. Yeah, so 2 days later, and he is admitted to the hospital with a BAC of translated, because it was serum, not the right way, translated to 4, a BAC of 4. He then admits to the police that he did it and he didn't mean to do it, and where he threw her away. So this is the case. Did he get mad that she didn't want to take him back and then said, well, F it, I'm going to unalive you? Or did she slap him in the face with a glass and he just gently touched her neck and she passed away? You don't die from gently being touched on the neck. It takes 5 to 7 minutes. So far, the strategy from the defense have kind of been, well, he didn't mean to do it and it was an accident. So you shouldn't give him red rum. You should just give him manslaughter. That's kind of the vibe I have been getting from this case so far. And hey, Corn Pope, been a second. A 5-1 merit entitled you to moving expenses. I would have taken this to court. We saw the other one, the one in Tennessee, where did she have 5 marriages before this and 8 kids? And she was banging some felon in a motel where she wanted him out of the house, and the judge said, yeah, you're moving out, sister. Explain the brown cow. It's because normally online, if you are trying to imply a little smexy time, it's bow chicka wow wow waka waka. And I can't remember, it's probably Ralphie who then wrote brown chicken white cow, because it kind of sounds the same. It's crazy they told the jury in Turk not to talk to Karen's supporters, probably because the same. They didn't say not talk to Karen's supporters. They said don't pay attention to any other trial or all the jurors here, and don't try to look up why they're here. So it's a general thing. But yes, if you started looking at Karen's case and you said, isn't Koskowski the lead investigator in this case, which he wasn't because there was Proctor, but him are we probably not going to mention? Isn't he part of the Karen Reed case as well? And then you'll go down the rabbit hole. Tuerk has a very good trial attorney, and in my opinion, I am impressed with his style. I find him very, very, very bad, especially with uncorroborated witnesses. I really disliked him. I liked what he did with the police officer. He was good with the police officer. He was horrible with the first 2 witnesses. The first 2 important witnesses. He has a way of never listening to answers, and he can't adjust to a witness who can't answer. I don't like him. I know he's a big shot. I know he's Jen McCabe's lawyer. I really don't like the way he handled Kurt, and I can't remember what the girlfriend's name was. But I found him obnoxious, repetitive, and I don't know if he's hard of hearing, but he kept asking the same questions over and over and over again. Really annoying. And I know he want to get some things in there, but I don't think it landed. Yeah, but I don't see you on rewatches. I only see you when you're in chat. Any update on Todd Mullis yet? Nope. They were given a month. I believe it was at the end of the month they were supposed to file the last motions. I haven't seen anything since then. It's because they only come for my Plevin rants. If I can go back in your previous lives, which crosses should I catch up with? I watched only day one. I want to watch any good cross. You should go back and watch the investigation, the cross-examination of Costco yesterday. It's the only one that was any good. The first witness was a friend of hers, and this lawyer couldn't handle her, and she's obnoxious because she's the type who wants to tell you a story every time she could just say yes or no. Then we had Kurt. It seemed like he was either drunk or slow, and he was on the stand for 2.5 days. So Costco is the only one
Ingolf Tuerk,
you should listen to.
138. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The matter is on for trial.
Yes, he was the one who said you couldn't even get the right answer from an autopsy.
Couple things to address before the jurors come over. Were you able to talk to Emmy about the issues we discussed yesterday?
I was, Your Honor, and while the 3 photographs that we were speaking about, they do show different layers of injury, but they are on the front of the neck, so I am just going to show one.
Okay. All right. So the 3 that we talked about at the end of the day yesterday that's going to be reduced to 1?
The 1, yes.
All right. And just so the record's clear, I do make...
But I don't see it as at this. What did he get from that destruction? Because that guy didn't help the state either. Yeah, we found out that she might have been a loose woman, but if she's a loose woman, is it okay to kill her? I don't think he won any battles. He might have won a battle, but he certainly didn't win the war. And that guy, I didn't find him a good witness for the state either. And again, like talking to Zach in chat, it's not that hard to make fools look stupid.
Finding that
it was Officer Kostokovic something. It's the lead investigator. It's yesterday, but don't listen to the audio tapes. It's stupidly long and it's mostly breaks. But just, I think it's the last half hour is the course. It's been a lot of wasted time with witnesses in this case. I don't know, the Riki, even the judge tried to mount her a few times and she just pulled through at full steam. Oh yeah, if you want to hate someone as much as I hate my mods for making me read Plevin's book, you could go back and watch the first witness and see how she constantly just overtalks everyone. Every objection she just yammers on.
the probative value of...
Yeah, but lack of credibility, he has no credibility about the unaliving because he's not there. I just don't see it.
That photograph.
No, but I don't have to convince you, and you don't have to convince me. We can agree to disagree. But I just feel he was good with a police witness because he kind of knows how to dance with them. Some guy who is drinking at the American Legion more than Bev is drinking at the Cape, he couldn't handle him, in my opinion. You saw it a different way, and that is FINE.
And the others that I ruled on yesterday outweigh the prejudicial effect to the extent they go to the elements the Commonwealth needs to prove. All right. Any other issues before the jurors come over?
I have noted an objection to that, right? Or do I have to do that when they go into? Or?
You can. Just make
note the objection.
It's fine. It's preserved. Anything else before the jurors come over?
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Yes.
You know, I obviously have been, as many people have, been following.
I'm having a little trouble hearing you.
I have been following, the publicity as far as this case in the media, and it's just been an awful lot of coverage. Some anti-defendant, some anti-government. I mean, it's down the middle, no doubt. Nevertheless, I would ask that the court would, because I am a firm believer, the jurors, in spite of the court's instructions, still look online and they still check out articles. Some of them don't, some of them do. But in any event, I'm asking that you be a little more focused and forceful inquiring of them as to whether or not they understand. They are not supposed to go online. They're not supposed to go on and look at blogs. They're not supposed to, look at any media coverage. And if they see anything or hear anything, that to just shut it off and tune it out, rather than just say. And I respect the fact that normally judges come out and they say any difficulty understanding my instructions. But rather than just saying that, Judge, if you could be a little more forceful, as I know you can be, I'd appreciate it.
Can I just say, now we don't have Paul's balls to look at on the bench. This looks like the most uncomfortable bench to sit on in the world. Imagine spending 10 weeks sitting on these benches. Whoosh, I'd rather sit in a church pew.
So you don't think they're listening to my instructions?
I think they are, but I think that, and I know you, and I know you can be very forceful when you want to be sort of that you could focus them on
So,
that.
why don't I do this? I assume there's no objection from the Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor.
We're going a half day today.
Yes.
And then we're going to have 4 days off. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Why don't I give them a forceful instruction at the end of today?
Perfect.
With respect to the issue you just brought up.
Yep, excellent, thank you.
All right. And for planning purposes, Monday's going to be, I don't want to say a half day. We're going to start at 10.
Okay.
And we'll go until about 2 o'clock.
Excellent.
So we get the 4 hours then.
Very good.
Okay. We can't do an afternoon session because we don't have the staffing to do that. Tuesday, I believe we can go a full day. So I'll let them know that Tuesday will be a full day.
Okay.
And then we'll see where we are.
Very good.
All right. Any
So half day again.
additional
Monday.
issues, including but not limited to any witness issues with respect to scheduling?
Not that I know of, Your Honor.
No, nothing regarding scheduling.
That's not nice, Shaq.
There will be photographs
Pretty woman.
of the body after it was removed from the pond, and I didn't know if Mr. Reddington wanted instruction at that time as well. That would be when Lieutenant Fanning is testifying, so I just thought I'd raise that.
Yes.
So you want an,
Anytime you get into I mean, most of the jurors are not used to this stuff, so I appreciate if you would give them the curative instruction, yes.
so you want me to give it
Please.
with respect to the autopsy photographs and the recovery?
We'll revisit it again with the,
Apparently they don't have enough staff. Then hire some more, because you're wasting hundreds of thousands of dollars getting special prosecutors, even though you have 178 working for the office already. Maybe save the money you're giving to special prosector Brennan and hire 2 more clerks that can take care of court business.
upon
Okay.
convictions.
All right. All right, so we're ready for the jurors.
So after last night, now add Betterow to brother counsel as saying Brennan is a good, effective attorney. Can you now see through our disgust with him? I have no opinion about his work as a legal professional. I find him slimy. I find him deceitful. I find him lacking of truthfulness. And I would never hire that guy. I don't think I can talk about any. And again, Brennan isn't, in my opinion, a good lawyer. He has a great judge. It's not hard having a great record in this court if you're the pro sector. But I find him to be a slimy weasel. I don't know if he's a good lawyer. I'll let his track record talk for itself. I'm not going to look it up. But I just don't like him as a person, because he's a lying, well, I don't know if I can say that. He seems to be lying a lot, making a lot of misstatements, but it's working because you have a judge who will pat his back every time he says anything. You don't have to be a good lawyer to have success in Judge Bev's courtroom. And by the way, I don't find him that good at his job when he can never cite case law. But again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just an idiot with a camera. So I'll defer all my knowledge to both brother counsel and Betterow, who are way smarter people than I am.
Tell him not to, we're talking over one another. Is that weird?
Okay. Yeah, and him he doesn't care for any rules, and he cries like a little B word every time he goes into the court. I just don't like it. He might be the greatest attorney ever, but I still don't like him. Ain't no problem. It's the same. There's law tubers out there who is very, very great at their law profession, who might not be the greatest YouTubers. And the other way around, there's someone who was very successful as a YouTuber who hardly ever practiced law. It's how do you, with yardstick, do you measure them with? I measure him on how I see him in court, and I find him to be deceitful. And I don't think when you have all the power of the state, you can play dirty like he does. As I said, if you give me 100,000, I'm flexible as well. Works for LeBron and Luca. Are they lawyers too? I don't know.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable Judge Halal, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, now sitting in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk, for the transaction of criminal business. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard.
Well, I haven't
God
seen
save the
the clock
Commonwealth
up
of
again
Massachusetts and this honorable court. This court is now open. You may be seated.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Ingolf Tuerk, 20 CR 138. Parties are present, our 16 jurors are present, the matter is on for trial.
Okay, good morning, jurors. Thank you for being prompt again this morning. Let me just ask, was everybody able to follow the instructions that I gave you at the end of the day yesterday? All right, anybody who was not, please raise your hand. Okay, I wanted to update you on scheduling. So as you know, today is a half day. As I indicated yesterday, we are not sitting tomorrow, Thursday, or Friday due to a judicial conference. We are back on Monday. Monday is going to be a half day again, but it's going to be a later start. So 10 o'clock, and we're going to go until about 2 o'clock. So we get a good 4 hours in. We have some scheduling concerns, so that's why it's the block of 10 to 2. Tuesday will be a full day. Okay, and if I get additional information as we go through the day today with respect to next week, I'll pass that along as well. Okay. Does the Commonwealth want to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Dr. Michelle Matthews to the stand.
Because they're filming against the window, so that's why it looks so dark. Yes, like Serenity says. Helenity, grüß dich. Apparently, they don't have the staff necessary, but they have the money to pay for special DAs in that state.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes, so let me give an instruction first. So jurors, the Commonwealth intends to introduce into evidence through this Dr. Matthews certain photographs showing the alleged victim, and you'll have those photographs with you in connection with this witness's testimony.
This is the ME, so hopefully it won't be a snooze fest. We might see pictures. I will, if they get too gruesome, I'll pull them down. But if it's just markings, I'll let everyone see it.
And during it,
Is Jamie on vacation? No, Jamie sadly informed me that because of my continued cooperation with Valhalla, she won't be attending my channel anymore. After the RO was put on her, she has been a little weird around Val. So I'm hoping at some point she'll change her mind and come back. But so far, I'll say she uses a lot of expletives because I had Valhalla on. I did a Baker at Night show again this morning. And every time I do them, I get very long letters where she hates me. I miss Jamie.
Deliberations. Let me just say that the photographs are not pleasant. Indeed, they may be described as graphic. I instruct you that your
Oh, she's in chat. No, Jamie is just working. I hope she'll be back soon.
verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy for the deceased, which might be occasioned by the photographs. Consider these photographs only as they may draw attention to a clinical medical status or to the nature of the alleged victim.
Corn Pope, how long have you been around me? Jamie would never get a restraining order. She knows Iris. She'll take care of the problem before any police ever gets involved.
Injuries or to the nature of the incident itself. Thank you. Okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please, and if I could ask that you just move the microphone, could you please state your name, spelling your last name for the record?
This is Dr. Michelle Matthews, Matthews.
How are you employed?
I'm a medical examiner at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Boston.
How long have you been working at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
5.5, almost 6 years now.
Where's the office located?
My office is located in Boston. You want the full address?
Sure.
720 Albany Street,
What is your present position at the office?
medical examiner.
How long have you been in?
I think she's... Was she the ME on the Rentala case? No, that can't be. Some case, yeah.
In that role?
For almost 5 years.
Are you a licensed physician?
Yes.
Prior to working at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, where were you employed?
I was a resident in California at Harbor UCLA Medical Center.
Can you describe for the jury your educational background?
Sure. I did undergrad at Fisk University in Nashville, Tennessee, and then I went to medical school at Howard University, College of Medicine in Washington, D.C., and then I did my residency at, again, Harbor UCLA Medical Center in Torrance, California, and then I did my fellowship at the Boston office of the Chief Medical Examiner's office, and then I stayed on as full staff after that.
Can you just explain to the juror what residency is?
Sure. For pathology, the residency is kind of a general training in pathology. So you get exposed to different branches underneath the umbrella of pathology, which include anatomic and clinical branches. So, and underneath those, including surgical specimen, doing diagnoses, cytology specimen, blood fluids, etc. And then for a fellowship, it's a subspecialty training. So it's specialized for my specialty was for forensic pathology, which is the training to be a medical examiner.
And what does that entail?
That entails doing autopsies and determining cause and manner of death
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear her name either.
based on autopsy findings.
What is an autopsy?
An autopsy is an examination of the body used to determine cause and manner of death.
During your fellowship, did you observe autopsies?
Observe and perform mostly.
How many did you observe?
Well, for fellowship, the majority of my fellowship is doing autopsies, not observing autopsies.
Prior to doing your fellowship, had you had the opportunity to observe an autopsy?
Yes, we do autopsies in residency as well. They're just kind of a different format.
Can you explain that a little bit?
Sure. For residency, we do what are called hospital autopsies. So they're generally autopsies on people who have natural deaths, whose families want a clearer picture of what happened maybe, or are just okay with the hospital doing it as.
Was she the one who did the Sandra Birchmore autopsy?
Training purposes for the residency program. And so that takes a little bit more of an in-depth look at maybe all of the organs microscopically. Whereas for fellowship, we are looking at a more broad picture of the cause and manner of death. So not necessarily a microscopic cause. unless it's necessary. And for forensic autopsies, they're usually non-natural deaths that we are investigating. So things like car accidents or suicides, homicides, anything that's not a natural disease, or sometimes natural, but with other caveats along with it.
So you stated that you did your fellowship at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Boston, is that right?
Yes.
And during that fellowship, you had the opportunity to conduct forensic autopsy?
Yes.
Approximately how many do you think that you conducted during your fellowship?
The requirement was at least 200. So I think by the time I finished my fellowship, I was closer to about 250.
Have you testified in court as to your findings during autopsies before?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
Probably about 30 times at this point, give or take.
I didn't watch that, so could
Can you
be.
describe the structure of the ME's office for the jury?
Like hierarchy-wise?
Please.
Okay. So at the top is our chief medical examiner. So she's kind of like big boss. And then underneath her, we have a deputy chief.
Yeah, that's blocked because I don't want any politics and people start getting into everything. So, yeah.
And then under that are the medical examiners. And then under the medical examiners are, if we have fellows, would be the fellows.
One second. Can you turn the phones off, please? Okay, go ahead.
Approximately how many medical examiners are within the office, if you know?
Within just Boston or within the state?
Within your office in Boston?
About 15.
Can you explain to the jurors what the process is by which you perform an autopsy?
Sure. It starts generally after we've been assigned the case by either our chief medical examiner or the deputy chief. For me personally, my process is that I will evaluate any information that I have on the case prior to starting. So sometimes, depending on when the case is reported to us, we're able to get medical records or police reports, et cetera. So those are reviewed. If there's any imaging that's done, that's reviewed. And then from there, an external examination of the body is done where we have documents where we can document anything that is an identifying factor, such as like scars, tattoos, hair color, eye color, et cetera. And then also anything that may be deemed as like an injury or something that is out of place. So that includes like medical therapy and any injuries that are seen, or anything that may be an injury. And then if deemed necessary, then we do an internal exam where all of the organs are evaluated as well.
Do you do any lab testing or tissue sample testing?
Yes, generally for all cases, toxicology is taken, which is pulling of various body fluids sent to a toxicology lab for testing. And if necessary, we can do a microscopic evaluation on organs by collecting histology.
Can you just explain what histology is?
Sure. Histology is basically the examination of tissues under a microscope. So a piece of the organ is preserved in a paraffin wax, and then is put onto a glass slide so that it can be evaluated by, again, through microscopy. And,
Do you follow the process that you just described to us on all autopsies?
no, autopsies do not require all of those steps, so it just depends on the case.
And you said that you would document certain things throughout your autopsy on the external examination and the internal examination. How do you document that?
We have image templates that have areas for us to document things on the body, as well as making our own notes.
What about photographs?
And photographs are taken as well.
Turning your attention to May 17th of 2020, did you perform an autopsy on Kathleen McLean?
Can I open my notes?
Yes.
I have no objection, Your Honor. She looks at the notes.
So did you bring your report with you? And would it help you to be able to look at your report while testifying?
Yes.
And so turning your attention to May 17th of 2020, did you perform an autopsy on Kathleen McLean?
Yes.
Where was the autopsy conducted?
At the Boston office of the medical examiner.
Who was present?
I'm going to assume that there was probably police involved, but I'm not sure who all were there.
What branches of law enforcement, if you know?
I don't know for sure. Given, I would have to see given where we are currently, I would assume that it was probably Mass State Police for doing photos for their own self.
And is that normal for the law enforcement branches, whether it be the Massachusetts State Police or a town police department, to come and observe an autopsy?
Depending on the type of case, yes.
When they're there to observe, I believe you said that it would make sense that they would also take their own photographs, is that right?
Usually, yes. Depending on the case.
Did you follow the process that you just described during the autopsy on Kathleen McLean?
Yes, except I did not do histology.
Did you do a full external examination of Katie McLean's body?
Yes.
Can you describe the appearance of Katie's body when she was brought into the medical examiner's office?
Yeah, she had like dirt and debris, and she had on a pair of pants that had 2 large rocks within them, but then had no shirt on.
So you stated that she had dirt and debris?
Yes.
On what areas of her body?
The upper body where she didn't have any clothes.
And you stated that she had no shirt on but pants with rocks in it, is that right?
Yes.
Was her body weighed with the rocks in her pants?
Yes.
How much did her body weigh with the rocks in her pants?
I'm not sure. I don't have that written down.
Would a copy of your full examination be helpful?
I don't believe so.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Because lawyers or prosecutors just go by the script they have.
Final diagnosis and report, if you could scan through that and let me know when you finish reading.
Yeah, it's not documented here. The pre-wait.
On the second page of the report under external examination,
Yes.
what does it say about the body of Katie McLean?
That she was 5'7" and 140 pounds.
Were the rocks removed from her pants prior to being weighed at 140 pounds?
Yes.
Your Honor, may actually, Ms. Gilman, could you please list it, place on the screen what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 301?
That this is the ME. She doesn't really know where she got the case from, but we're getting into the nitty gritty. There might be bad pictures.
Should turn the lights down. I think some of the jurors were complaining about the
Zach, I do that when I have more than one viewer.
glare. So we're going to try to, before we do this, try to close the shades here.
I think it's the one in the back. I think it's
So
the
this building is
That's the thing I never understand in court cases. You know you're going to go in and testify. You know you'll be allowed to, can I look at my report? Read the damn report before you go on the stand. Let's get out of this circus. Everyone will allow it because they allow it on the stand, but no, procedure has it. Move on.
almost
think it's the one in
maybe
the
over
back.
200 years
Not
old.
that one. This one.
So we have to improvise as best we can.
Do those not go down anymore?
We have, do we have,
I think it's that one.
okay, we'll put something in front of that one.
I don't think it's this one. I think it's the one over there. Either that back corner.
Is this correct English? Subsequent viewing of the surveillance by fans of Karen suggested that as he was leaving, Higgins was angry and shouting at John, who was sitting quietly with Karen. Why do I do this to myself? I hate my mods.
There you go.
All right, is that a little better?
Reading this book makes me think that English isn't his first, second, or third language either.
Jurors? All right, thank you. I'm sorry, this is 301?
Yes. Dr. Matthews, is that a fair and accurate representation of the pants that Katie McLean was wearing when she
That's
was
a
brought
big
into
pair of
the
rocks.
office of the chief medical examiner?
Yes.
And directly next to those black pants, are those the rocks that were placed within her pants?
Yes.
When you received the body?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
May.
No objection to any of the exhibits, Your Honor, so they're.
Okay. And these have not yet been marked, correct?
They have been, I am
They have, okay.
opening exhibit 306.
All right, thank you.
Yes, there is commas in there, but it's just bad. There's so much bad English in this that. And his constant shift in storyline is annoying. But no one testified to such an incident, and Karen has never claimed that Higgins ever showed any anger at John that night. There's simply no doubt that Karen would have exploited this and talked about it in her many media interviews if it had happened. If she saw it, you idiot. Other guests at the waterfall. His timeline is like me at a bar trying to tell a story to a girl after 7 whiskeys.
And Dr. Matthews, is what's depicted or what's in exhibit 306 in the back, are these the black yoga pants that Katie McLean was wearing when she was brought into the office of the chief medical examiner?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ladies, if I described you as a tall, motherly figure, how hard would you punch me in the face? That's not how you... Plevin, I know you've never seen a naked woman, well, without it being on the internet, but you don't call a lady a motherly figure.
And now looking at what's been pre-marked as exhibit 307.
I read it, not the biggest fan
Is this one of
of
the
it.
rocks that was in Katie McLean's pants when she was brought into your office?
Yes.
And do you recognize this as the other rock that came out of the pants of Katie McLean?
Yes.
You stated that when Katie's body was brought in, she was covered in dirt and debris. Did you notice any other postmortem changes to her body?
Could you be more specific?
Did you notice any livor mortis to her body?
Yes.
And what is livor mortis?
So livor mortis is the settling of blood in the skin after the small blood vessels relax post-death.
Did you notice any rigor mortis?
Yes.
And what is rigor mortis?
Rigor mortis is the tensing and then relaxing of muscles post-mortem after basically the channels within the muscles release all their chemicals. So initially it's pretty strongly developed, and then over time it relaxes.
And where did you notice these changes to Katie McLean's body?
So her rigor mortis was mildly developed, meaning that her limbs were relatively easy to maneuver. And the livor mortis was mainly posterior, so on her back and then on her face.
Did you make any other observations of her face, her eyes in particular?
Her eyes had petechiae, which are basically like bursted blood vessels.
When you say it's bursted blood vessels, how does that occur?
It's usually due to an increase in pressure that causes the blood vessels to burst.
I'm sorry?
An increase in pressure of the head or face that causes the vessels to burst.
And what, if any, information does petechiae to the eyes give you as far as forming an opinion as to cause of death?
On their own, not much, but mixed with other things that can confirm, or I guess confirm is not a good word, but it is a sequelae of other things happening.
What do you mean by that?
Something, if there is like a
Strangulation. He claims that he just barely touched her neck, but when you have petechiae in the eyes, you have been there for quite a while. It's not the only thing, but I have to close this down again. It's so retarded. Every page is really stupid.
Or hanging or something like that, that's usually one of the signs that you'll find as a part of the sequelae of the actions.
In this particular case was the
Is that a good series? I've seen a lot of people talk about it, never watched it, so maybe I should try that.
petechia evidence of any type of cause of death?
Yes.
What is that?
Along with other findings that there was potentially a strangulation
No, it's not Higgins, it's John, but you can't tell it from the sentence because the sentence structure is wrong.
that occurred.
What is strangulation?
It is pressure along the neck that cuts off the air and or blood pressure to the head.
And you say and or, what does that mean?
Depending on how the pressure is applied to the neck, it can cut off just the blood vessel flow or the airway flow or both.
And would just the blood flow cause death?
It can, yes.
Would just the airflow cause death?
Yes.
And both of them together would also cause death? Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
What is manual strangulation?
Again, it's the pressure along the neck by the hands of a person.
What do you look for as far as evidence of strangulation when you're doing an autopsy?
Externally, we are looking for any type of abrasions or marks along the neck that would match some level of pressure being applied to the neck. And then internally, we're looking for injuries to the subcutaneous tissues and the muscles underneath the area.
Aside from the petechia and Katie's eyes, what, if any, evidence of strangulation did you observe during your external examination of her body?
She had multiple areas along her neck that had ecchymoses, which are bruising, to both the right, middle, and left sides of her neck.
She's a forensic pathologist, I think.
Ms. Gilman, could you please place what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 302 on the screen?
No, Coco is a tall, motherly figure. That's not the impression I got of her in court, but maybe that's how Plevin's mother looked.
Do you recognize
Yes.
the photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
So that is the middle of the front of her neck. And in the middle of that, you can see kind of a reddish pink ecchymosis at the top of the ruler.
And how do these injuries occur in strangulation?
By something putting pressure on the skin.
And what did you observe? You stated that you have made observations of the left side of her neck as well?
Yes.
And what are those observations?
Again, another ecchymosis.
Approximately how big was that ecchymosis?
4 centimeters in its largest dimension.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Thank you for the photograph down. Once you finished the external examination, what did you do?
I do an internal examination.
As part of the internal examination, did you look at the internal structures of Katie McLean's neck?
Yes.
Can you describe the internal structure of the neck in general?
Yes, so the neck has multiple layers of muscles that connect different parts of like the head to the chest. And they cover the thyroid. And along with the muscles, there's blood vessels and nerves, etc. And then there's also some cartilage and a hyoid bone that kind of connects the base of the tongue to the muscles of the neck.
And would a diagram help you explain the structures of the neck to the jury?
Sure.
Ms. Gilman, could you please place Exhibit 300 on the screen? May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
So I'm going to hand you this laser pointer.
Okay.
You just press this button in order to make it light up.
Okay. So,
The diagram, if you could just explain the structures of the neck to the jury.
sure. Okay, so we'll start at the top. So here is your hyoid bone. It's kind of, so here you have muscles that are underneath the tongue.
hate you,
And you have a
Jemima.
hyoid bone, and then these are your neck muscles. So it starts from externally, you have the sternocleidomastoid, which connects the base of the skull to the clavicle. Underneath that, you have a sternal hyoid bone, which connects your sternum to the hyoid. And then underneath that is which one are you? A sternothyroid, which connects your sternum to the thyroid cartilage. And then underneath those, you have your thyroid gland here, and then you have thyroid cartilage here. And then there's also this other muscle that runs underneath this called the omohyoid, which goes, it's kind of two-faceted, where you have a portion that goes from the hyoid down, and then the other portion goes from this area to the side of the clavicle.
And how many layers of muscle do you have from your skin into the innermost internal structure of your neck?
Including the skin or not including the skin?
Including the skin.
4.
Ms. Gilman, you can please take the exhibit down. What, if any, internal injuries to Katie McLean's neck did you observe?
She had a bilateral muscle hemorrhage of the sternocleidomastoid muscles.
So I'm just going to stop you there. We're going to go step by step so that I understand what you're saying and that the jury understands as well.
Yes.
So first, when you're doing an autopsy, how do you get to the internal layers of the neck in order to look at them?
Okay, try and do this in a way that's not, I don't know if I can make it any non-graphic. So basically the skin and subcutaneous tissues are reflected upward for the neck. So initially when we start the autopsy, there's a Y incision that's made. So basically the top of the Y includes the neck and kind of the beginning of the chest. And so that portion of the skin and subcutaneous tissues, which are usually like fat, is reflected upwards to reveal the neck muscles.
And when you say reflected, you mean pulled up. Is that right?
Yeah, just dissected upward, yes.
And you stated that there was hemorrhages of the bilateral sternostoid muscles?
Sternocleidomastoid. Yeah.
What does that mean?
So if you wanted to put that last picture back up, it might be a little bit more helpful to describe.
Thank you.
So the sternocleidomastoid, so bilaterally, so each of these muscles is on both sides of your neck. So this muscle here is the sternocleidomastoid. So imagine that there's also one on this side. It's removed on this side so you can see the deeper muscles. So to say bilateral means that on both sides of the neck, there's hemorrhage within this muscle tissue.
And that would be on the right and left side of her neck, there were injuries?
Yes. And these are all anterior neck muscles.
What does that mean?
So there's anterior and posterior, so front and back. So these are all muscles of the front of the neck.
Did you observe any injuries on the front of her neck?
Yes, we're going through the front.
Okay, but I thought you said that there were also injuries to the left and right.
So front half of the neck, I guess, is a better way to say that. So anterior being everything in your anterior facing plane.
Okay.
So anterior right and left sides.
You stated earlier that there are approximately 4 layers of muscle, including the skin.
Yes.
On the neck. How many layers of injury did you see to Ms. McLean's neck?
So there's injury at each layer of the neck.
So all 4?
All 4 layers, including the skin, yeah.
And where on the neck?
Again, so bilaterally, so the sternocleidomastoids had hemorrhage, and then the underlying sternothyroid muscles also had hemorrhage, and then the sternohyoid muscles also had hemorrhage bilaterally.
So does that mean all the way around the neck?
It means for both sides of the front, and then there's also hemorrhage in the posterior side, but that's not shown in the picture.
And how are the injuries that you observed to the anterior area of Katie McLean's neck evidence of strangulation?
It just shows that there was a great amount of force put on her neck, on both sides of her neck.
What, if any, other injuries did you observe to the neck of Katie McLean?
Yes. There's also a fracture of her hyoid bone on the left side, I believe. Yeah, this is the left side for the photo. So the hyoid bone is kind of like a U-shaped bone that's kind of bone and cartilage. And then along the front, it's more solid. And then on the sides, they're kind of more cartilaginous, and then they kind of calcify as you get older, but they're a little more sensitive to pressure than the center of the bone. And so there was a fracture along the left side of her hyoid bone.
Ms. Gilman, could you please place exhibit 299 on the screen? And Dr. Matthews, could you just explain what's on the screen right now?
Yeah, so this is the hyoid bone without any of the muscles and things attached to it. So again, it's U-shaped. So for this case, like these areas here kind of start out as cartilage, And then they calcify as you get older, but are, as you can see, they're kind of thin bones, and so they are very susceptible to fracture if there's pressure applied to them. And so for this case, this side of the bone was fractured. And it was pre-mortem, we know, because there's also hemorrhage along with the fracture at that area.
And you stated earlier that the hyoid bone is between the larynx and the thyroid, is that right?
It's above the larynx.
Above, okay, thank you for correcting me. Ms. Gilman, could you please place exhibit 303 on the screen? And Dr. Matthews, could you please explain to us what we're looking at?
Yes, so this is the hyoid bone from
This is the courtroom that Karen normally is in, but they are using the big courtroom to do the jury voir dire today. That's why we are in the small courtroom. Well, we all been there. No, I don't see any snot dropping from his nose.
Ms. McLean, and so as you see again, we have the U shape. Here is the left side of that hyoid bone.
1.5 to 2 minutes. You will get the petechiae after that amount of time.
And while you can't necessarily discern the fracture, you can see that there's hemorrhage around this area of the bone, which shows that this fracture happened prior to her being dead.
And how does a hemorrhage tell you that it was pre-mortem?
Because if it was post-mortem, there wouldn't be blood there because there's no blood flowing.
Okay. And when you say pre-mortem, you mean before death?
Yes.
Right? Okay. And how is the fractured hyoid bone evidence of strangulation?
It just shows again that there was a decent amount of pressure being put on the neck at that moment to cause the fracture.
Does a fracture of the hyoid bone always cause death?
No.
Why not?
Again, it's not really a critical structure in the body, and it's not a large enough bone that.
Yeah, Beveridge have made a ruling that the evidence against Colin is so weak because they have a text message with no metadata that can be confirmed being sent at that time, showing he wasn't at the house. If that is true, then Bev should dismiss the case because the case doesn't line up with the time Karen was home at John's house and logged on the Wi-Fi. But again, Beveridge often rules against herself.
The fracture could cause enough of a hemorrhage that could cause you to bleed out. So on its own, it would not be enough to cause death.
So it's just one other factor in determining cause of death being strangulation, is that right?
Yes.
How many autopsies have you performed?
We do have Nintendo Switches, and we will get Nintendo Switch 2 as well.
Or been involved in where the cause of death was determined to be strangulation, if you know?
I'm not sure, probably about 5 to 10. It's not usually common.
Broken hyoid bones.
I don't remember.
And would
Yes, my shelvings behind me is IKEA stuff.
there always be a broken hyoid bone during strangulation?
No.
Why not?
It just depends on the position of whatever is putting pressure on the neck. If the pressure is lower down, then you're not compromising the hyoid bone with the amount of pressure on the neck. So it's just a matter of placement of whatever is being used to cause the strangulation.
What other injuries did you observe to the internal structure of Katie McLean's neck?
She had posterior neck muscle hemorrhage as well.
And what does posterior mean?
So posterior is the back of the neck. So again, if your body is cut into two different planes down the center this way, you have anterior, then you have posterior. So the posterior neck is the back of the neck. So along the spinal cord and all that.
So where in the neck muscles was the hemorrhage that you talked about?
Alongside the spinal column.
How many layers in?
I believe 2 or 3. I would have to see the photo again.
Ms. Gilman, could you please place exhibit 305 on the screen? Oh, I'm sorry, I believe that is...
That's anterior.
Yeah. So we will go back to that.
I'm sorry if I'm a little disturbed, a little distracted. I'm trying to read the horrible Plevin book. He starts, I don't know if it's a chapter or a sub-chapter, talking about Brian Albert and Higgins being in New York, and John was making plans to go out drinking, talking about the weather and how Atlantic air swept down from the north while the warmer Atlantic Ocean pumped moisture into the spinning cauldron that slowly descended on the region. While events unfolded in Canton that weekend, Dave McGrath, who I don't know who is, anxiously awaited the self-publication of his first book to be released that Monday. He mentioned that guy back in the prologue. He had long dreamed of becoming a published writer. Don't ever read this book. I'll stop now. I
Could you please place Exhibit 304 on the screen? Could you just explain to the jury what you're seeing here?
Yes. So this is the skin and subcutaneous tissues removed from the back of the neck. And along the spinal column, you can see that there are pockets of hemorrhage along the muscles in here.
And what does those injuries or that pooling of blood tell you about when those injuries occurred?
Again, they would be pre-mortem or perimortem because of the hemorrhage. And it suggests that there was something that went all the way around the neck to cause injuries to both the front and the back.
How do you know that?
Because there's injuries to the front and the back. So if there was only pressure along the front of the neck, you wouldn't expect to see injuries in the back of the neck.
And going back to the injuries that you...
I think he took a lot of notes and dropped the notes on the floor, and they just put something together.
observed in the front of Katie's neck. How deep were those, did you say?
Through all 4 layers.
Through all 4 layers. And Ms. Gilman, could you please exhibit 305 back on the screen? And could you please explain to the jury what we're seeing in this photograph?
Yes, so this is the anterior neck with the muscles reflected. And so this is the sternothyroid muscles covering the thyroid gland. This is kind of the top of the larynx here. And then you have the sternocleidoid, omohyoid, and sternohyoid muscles reflected to show the area.
So is that the last layer of muscle before getting to bone?
Yes.
And those deep bruises in there, is that the hemorrhaging that you're talking about?
Yes, so this here on both sides would be the deep bruising.
And what does that deep bruising tell you about when those injuries occurred?
Again, this was probably pre or perimortem, so contributing to the death.
When you say perimortem, what do you mean?
Around the time of death, as in like she may not have been completely dead or dying.
Are you done with that photo, Ms.
I
Paul?
am, so we'll take that down, I apologize, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, could you please place exhibit 297 on the screen? And could you just explain for the jurors what this diagram is?
Sure. So again, this is the posterior neck. And so again, you have a superficial layer here. So this is your trapezius muscle. And then you have the deeper layers here. This one being, which one are you? Splenius and semispinalis, excuse me, muscles. So these are the 3 layers of the posterior muscles.
And on this diagram, could you show us where those injuries that you observed on Katie McLean's body would have been?
Yeah, so they would have been kind of in the midline here along these semispinalis muscles. So kind of deeper in than just the superficial layer.
You may take that as a now, please, Ms. Gilman. You described strangulation earlier as oxygen or blood being cut off to the brain, is that right?
Yes.
Can you describe what areas of the neck would have to be cut off in order to prohibit oxygen to the brain? Would it be helpful to put the diagram back up?
Sure.
If you could please put the front neck diagram back up.
Yeah.
Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. And what exhibit number is that? Thank you.
Okay. So to prevent blood flow, compression of your internal and external jugular veins and or your carotid arteries, which are kind of out here. The carotids are a little bit deeper into the muscles, would need to be compressed. And then in the center here is your airway. So that could also be compressed.
And how does strangulation cause death?
Again, it's a cutoff of oxygenated blood flow to the head that causes the brain to basically shut down, which in turn will cause the rest of your body to shut down.
And how long does it take for a body to shut down without oxygen or blood flow?
I'm not sure.
What happens to the brain when it's without oxygen?
The brain will start to swell,
And then what happens?
and then it can, depending on how long it takes, it can herniate downward, which means, so within the skull, there are openings that allow for like your spinal cord and blood vessels to pass through. If the brain swells too much, it can herniate into that opening, which will compress other parts of the brain, which will cause you to no longer be able to control your breathing or your heart rate or anything like that, which is
I don't. You just get to it. Just say choked out. It's fine. You don't need to go all this. Yeah.
how your body stops functioning.
Does every strangulation lead to death?
Probably not.
Why not?
Because if the person, there is a chance, I guess, that one can survive being strangled.
And with CPR,
People survive being strangled all the time. It depends on how long your brain have been devoid of oxygen.
help revive a person that had been strangled?
Potentially, yes.
And that would increase the blood flow and the oxygen flow back to the body, is that right?
Yes.
What needs to happen in order to cause death in a strangulation? It's complete loss of blood flow and airflow?
Or enough to cause enough of a depletion of oxygenated blood. So either no oxygen coming in because you can't breathe, or the oxygen exchange not occurring because the blood vessels are compressed, or a combination of the two.
Would the bilateral injuries that you observed inside of Katie's neck be consistent with only a one-handed strangulation?
Probably not, unless the hand was.
Okay, sustained. Rephrase it, please.
What are the bilateral injuries?
Exactly. A rear naked choke is a strangulation. It cuts off the blood flow and you pass out. But if you have to unalive from it, you need to keep the pressure on. And you will be able to resuscitate some people, but when the brain goes out, it's a big problem.
Katie's neck consistent with?
With there being pressure on both sides of her neck.
And you stated that there was also injuries to the back of her neck?
Yes.
And what is that consistent with?
That there's anterior and posterior injury to the neck, as in something was large enough to cause injury to both sides of the neck.
So to be all the way around her neck?
Yes.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on the internal head exam of Katie?
She had subgaleal hemorrhage and subarachnoid hemorrhage. So subgaleal hemorrhage is kind of, it's hemorrhage like on the top of the skull cap. And then subarachnoid hemorrhage is on top of the brain tissue itself. And there's also temporalis muscle hemorrhage, which are muscles that are on the outside of the skull cap.
What does that mean?
The temporalis muscle hemorrhage means that there was something that caused injury to both sides of her head.
Ms. Gilman, could you please place Exhibit 298 on the screen? Could you please describe for the jurors what we're looking at?
Sure. So this is a very rough detail of the layers of the head. So you have skin, bone, and then layers of dura mater, which is kind of a very strong fibrous covering of the brain, and then arachnoid matter, which is underneath that, where your blood vessels are, and then pia matter is kind of in between, underneath here, where your cerebrospinal fluid accumulates.
And where did you observe injury to Katie McLean's head?
So the subgaleal hemorrhage would be underneath the skin and above the skull, so along kind of this passageway.
Okay.
And then the subarachnoid hemorrhage would be in this area, basically showing that there was injury that caused the blood vessels to bleed.
And the injuries that you observed on Katie's head, what did they tell you about timing of those injuries?
That they were also probably perimortem because there is hemorrhage there. So there was still some level.
That means before that.
Yes.
Where on Katie, I know you showed us the layers, but I believe you said something about bilateral injuries. Can you just explain that a little bit more?
Yes. So, so again, your head has a right and left side. So she had temporalis muscle hemorrhage. So the temporalis muscles are kind of these thin muscles that are on the sides of your skull, and they cover some of the blood vessels that go into the skull cap. And then there was also bilateral subarachnoid hemorrhage. So your brain has a right and left side as well. So there was hemorrhage on both sides of the brain.
And what are the injuries in her head that you observed evidence?
This is in Stoughton Court, because it's the same courtroom that Karen Reed is being tried in.
That there was some
But it happened in Dover. Or the way that they apparently pronounce his names in that area, it's probably Tudor or something like that, because I can never say their names.
level of blunt force injury to the head.
It's Norfolk. Isn't it Stoughton? Well, F all of them.
What other parts of her body?
This is why I don't like my
on the
nuts.
internal examination?
All of the internal organs are evaluated.
What, if anything, did you observe regarding her respiratory system?
She had pulmonary congestion as well as pleural effusions, which are accumulations of fluid along the lungs.
What is that evidence of?
That there was an increase in fluid either through
That's funny how it doesn't pick up, because she's clearer to hear than the other one.
inhalation or some process caused there to be excess fluid within her chest cavity.
And the amount of fluid, what would that tell you about the timing of when that was taken in?
It wouldn't. That's not predictable.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the amount of fluid is not really a prediction of timing. It's just that it's there.
And how much fluid is that?
There was 120 milliliters on each side. So about 1/10 of a liter.
So would that be indicative of the body being placed in water?
Yes, it can be.
And as far as timing, would that show that it was either pre-mortem or post-mortem?
I couldn't make that prediction.
Okay. And what else did you observe in the respiratory system or in the internal examination of Katie?
Again, that her lungs were congested and had edema, which is a buildup of fluid within the lung tissue itself.
What does that mean?
Again, so there was a buildup of fluid. So again, with the pleural effusion, it kind of plays hand in hand that there was an excess of fluid within her lung tissues.
What, if any, effect would being submerged in water have on a body?
Can you be more
Or
specific?
how would it affect an autopsy if the body had been submerged in water prior to you performing your autopsy?
Depends on how, kind of depends on how long they've been there, to be honest. If they haven't been in the water long, then there's not much effect on the body. If they've been there for a while, it can cause an increase in the timing of decomposition of the body.
And was Ms. McLean's body decomposed at all?
Yeah.
What evidence did you collect from Katie McLean's examination?
For evidence, so in case like this, the standard is to do head hair, pubic hair if available, and then right and left nail clippings as well as blood.
And did you
Was
collect
pubic
the
hair available?
fingernails of Katie McLean?
Yes.
What did you do with them once they were collected?
I packaged them into small manila envelopes, and then through a chain of custody, they are given to the police department for them to process however they do.
And you stated that you also generally take blood, is that right?
Yes.
And I believe you testified earlier that you take blood for toxicology?
Yes.
Was blood taken from the body of Katie McLean?
Yes.
Was it sent for toxicology?
Yes.
What were the results of the toxicology?
Her blood was positive for ethanol, which is like drinking alcohol, and caffeine, so coffee.
What level of alcohol?
A .098.
What does that level tell you?
that she had some level of alcohol in her system.
How does that level affect someone?
It depends on the person and their.
If you could just wait for a moment, hold on a second, stop, thank you.
Okay. It depends on the person and the level of their habit of drinking. So our, I guess, federal legal level for intoxication, I believe, is a 0.08. But if a person has a regular drinking habit, then they tend to build a tolerance to alcohol. And so a higher level may not equal to them being intoxicated versus a person who doesn't drink often.
After conducting all of your examination, were you able to form an opinion as to the cause of death of Katie McLean?
Yes.
And what was your opinion as to cause of death?
Strangulation.
What information?
I'm about so mad that I want to make a grifting stream crowdfunding that I can buy the rights to read the book online and comment along with it. With the suspected sales on this book, how much can it be? $5, $6? It's some of the most convoluted stuff I've ever read. And again, I read the Austrian painter's book, and that's crazy. This is worse. This is absolutely horrendous. It's not so much with blaming other religions for stuff, but it just makes less sense. And I don't think that the Austrian painter made much sense.
Information caused you to conclude?
Depends on her size, but 4 beers should do it.
That Katie's cause of death was strangulation.
The culmination of the injuries of the anterior and posterior neck, along with the hemorrhages of the eye.
What is a death certificate?
It's a legal document that declares the cause and manner of death.
Did you sign a death certificate for Katie McLean?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
The Austrian painter's book is also just rambling.
I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 281. You recognize it?
Sure. This is for this township's death certificates, yes.
And is that the death certificate that you signed off on for Katie McLean?
Yes, I do mine digitally, and then they're propagated depending on the county.
Thank you. If I could just have one moment, Your Honor.
147, so that's 60, 65, 67 kilos.
And I'm sorry, you stated that you determined the cause of death for Katie McLean to be strangulation, is that right?
Yes.
And is that to a degree of medical certainty based on your training and experience?
Yes.
Okay. And you also have an opinion based on a degree of medical certainty on whether Katie McLean was deceased prior to being placed in the water?
No.
And you stated that you had taken the fingernail clippings of Katie McLean and you sent those to the state police, is that right?
I believe so. I'm not sure which department actually took them, but I'm assuming state police.
And what about the blood that you took? Was that sent to the DNA
I'm
lab?
sorry, I apologize. I object to the unassuming state police. This is called chain of custody.
Okay, sustain, rephrase that last question, please.
So are you aware that the state police was involved in this investigation?
Yes.
And when you take samples or fingernail clippings, blood from during an autopsy, do those things get sent to the state police crime lab for testing?
It follows a chain of custody, and I'm not involved in the chain of custody once I sign off on my portion of it. So I can't say for certain that they went to the state police.
Okay. Would it be usual for blood and fingernail clippings to be sent to the state crime lab for testing after you have taken them?
If they requested it, yes.
Can I have one moment,
You
please,
may.
Your Honor? I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you.
We contacted the author yesterday, and he was very happy that my director of communications reached out to him. Sadly, he doesn't own the rights to his own book. They are with the publisher, but maybe my director of communication can reach out to the publishing house and say, $10, come on. That's more than you're going to make on that book anyway. Can I buy the rights to Plevin's book? Someone else bought the website with his name on it, so I'll go as high as $20 to buy Plevin's book rights. No, she didn't determine if she could have been alive before she was put in the water. That's how I understood it. So she could possibly, maybe. I'm not sure that BAC changes based on tolerance, but because you will measure the same, but you will act differently. Because some people have what's called a working BAC, where they need to be drunk because they are alcoholics.
Jesus Christ, his ass spits. Good morning.
What did she say?
Jesus Christ, his ass spits.
Jesus Christ, this.
Jesus Christ, his ass spits.
This chair spins? Or what? What is he saying? This guy spits? Maybe that's it. I don't know.
Good morning. I'm okay. How are you?
So Dr. Matthews, you've been at this particular office of the medical examiner for 6 years, is that right?
Oh, yes.
And you also have not you personally, but the chief medical examiner's office, you also have an office in Bocassin, is that right? Or used to?
There's an office in Sandwich and there's an office in Westfield.
Okay, so down Cape and Westfield.
Yeah.
Now, you get what's called a history or information from the investigators, the police, before you actually perform an autopsy, or how does that actually work? In other words, do you get reports, do you get information, or do you just have your body and then you do the autopsy?
In an ideal situation, we have police reports and information before we start.
Other situation.
I don't remember which order things came in. When a decedent is reported to our office, whomever does that reporting calls into our office and they give a synopsis of the situation.
I think it was the defense lawyer. The prosecutor. Sorry, prosecutor. I would like a sandwich office.
So sometimes that synopsis is all we have to go on until later on in the investigation. And then
testimony, she was strangulated, but she didn't check if she was alive when she was put in the pond.
prior to the case being signed out, ideally, again, we have police reports or emergency records and medical records, et cetera, to review.
Okay. So before you actually performed the autopsy, and you perform a number of autopsies a day, is that right?
Yes.
Obviously, it fluctuates.
Right. Depends on the day, yeah.
When you perform the autopsy and you have the information, for example, in this particular case, the autopsy was actually performed by you, was it on the 16th of May?
No, it was done on the 17th.
17th of May, 2020. And you determined that, in fact, this was an individual that was involved in a struggle in a home in Dover, Massachusetts, right?
I would need to look at the, yes.
All right. And you learned that there was allegedly a struggle that resulted in a application of significant force to the neck of this individual, Kathleen McLean, correct?
Yes.
And did you learn that her body had been removed from the house and had been placed somewhere?
Removed and placed in the pond, yes.
Yes. And when it was placed in the pond, it had the two rocks that you had identified as being in the leggings, right?
Yes.
And when was the body placed in the pond?
I don't know.
How long was the body in the pond?
Again, I don't know.
Was the body found in the pond face up or face down?
I don't recall. I would need to review scene photos for that.
Okay. Is it your testimony that you saw scene photos in this case?
I would believe so, but again, I can't say for certain that I have seen photos. I'm not sure how she was found.
Would it be important to you as a pathologist as to whether or not the body was actually located in the water face down or face up?
For this case, I don't think it would make much difference.
Okay. In your examination, one of the things you noticed were ecchymoses of the anterior neck bilateral. That would be anterior is front, right?
Yes.
And so ecchymosis would be what? Sort of bruising?
Yes.
Were there fingerprint pattern bruises?
It can, yes.
They can be, but how about in this case? Were there any
Were there actual fingerprint bruising?
fingerprint pattern bruising? That, you say that, in other words, would you agree with me that fingerprint pattern bruising is something that is somewhat common in strangulation cases?
It can be.
And did you find any fingerprint patterns?
Our heating system, that's our heating system, apologize for the noise.
I was like, I cannot say for certain that there was fingerprint patterning on her neck.
And the ecchymosis of the
No, I only think it's the unaliving part.
anterior neck bilateral, that be bruising, correct?
Yes.
Front of the neck, correct?
Yes.
And then there's sternocleidomastoid muscle hemorrhage bilateral, right?
Yes.
And that would be one of the strap muscles or long thin muscle that goes in the area of the neck on the left side, right?
Yeah. On the both sides, yes.
Both sides, okay. And then sternohyoid muscle hemorrhage bilateral, that would be another long thin strap muscle that actually compresses and holds the hyoid bone, goes in the between splits, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then you have on the hyoid bone, you've noted in what would be described as the horns. You have the greater horns, there are two of them, and then you have what they call the lesser horns, right?
Correct.
And then I think you said something that is, older, whatever, they calcify. In other words, they're not cartilagey, they might be a little stiff.
Correct.
And that might possibly be indicative of a person that has been subjected to significant application of force to the neck, if you have what's referred to as a hyoid fracture, right?
Yes.
Now, the hyoid fracture, in this case, you noted was in the greater horn, that in fact it was on the left of the greater horn, meaning larger process, if you will, that sticks out of that bone.
Yes.
And that would tell you that in fact the greater horn being on the left-hand side of the neck was where there was a significant application of pressure that caused the cracking of the hyoid bone, right?
Yes.
And you have SCLERAL, is that scleral?
Scleral, yes.
Scleral hemorrhage, bilateral. Now, when you say scleral hemorrhage, that's not petechiae, right?
They are petechiae.
Oh, okay. So you're using the term scleral hemorrhage interchangeable with petechiae, is that correct?
Petechiae are a type of hemorrhage.
All right, so scleral hemorrhaging actually would be the small blood vessels that they break, and that basically
It can be but we haven't heard about it.
broken blood vessels.
Correct.
You're familiar with the book of medical legal investigation of death?
I'll do nothing that
Werner
is
Spitz.
important.
Used to be old Spitz and Fisher, but now it's Werner Spitz. You're familiar with that, correct?
I'm familiar with its existence.
Yeah, I think it's because there's the red stuff on the pictures, so we can't see them. I think that's why we don't see it.
That's kind of like the Bible for pathology, right?
For forensics, yes.
Yeah, and you've certainly heard of Werner Spitz, and you've certainly heard of Dr. Fisher, right?
Thank you, Arby.
Sure.
Ready?
Yes.
I mean, they're kind of like legendary in the pathology field, if you will, right?
Sure, I guess.
Okay, so you'd agree with me that and you're familiar with this book, when they use it in medical schools and everything, right?
Not in medical school, no.
Not medical school?
No, that's a forensic pathology book, so that would be specific to forensic. Very well after,
You
yes.
probably have it in the library.
I do have it.
Now, would you agree with me that the scleral hemorrhage is the break in the conjunctivae? What's a conjunctivae?
So the conjunctiva is the inside of your eyelids. So kind of like if you were to pull your eyelid down, in that like kind of light pink fleshy area is your conjunctiva, and the sclera is like the white part of your eyeball.
All right. And the scleral hemorrhage would be the broken blood vessel that would be noted in the sclera, I guess.
Correct.
And that would be like a little red dot.
They can be small red dots, or they can be slightly larger. Depends on how many of the vessels have broken.
Now, you also made reference to, I believe, the conjunctival hemorrhage. And you'd agree with me that that would be a vessel break that's in the white of the eye, correct?
The conjunctiva is the inside of the eyelid.
Okay. Now, when
She
you
just said
made
that.
observation of scleral hemorrhage or conjunctival hemorrhage in the eye, were they in both eyes or one eye?
Both.
And when you were doing the autopsy, what do? You actually pull the eyelid down and look to see?
Yes.
And do you make note of how many, for example, how many of these little pinprick hemorrhages are noted?
No.
You recall that there were not a lot in this case, right?
I don't recall.
Did you take photographs of it?
I would assume so, but I don't know for a fact. I would have to look through the photos to confirm.
Now,
I have sports goggles as well. I wear Oakleys. I like
you told me that district attorney
them. They don't fall off my
about
big
the
fat head.
process that is used when you actually do the autopsy. I know I read a lot of times it's called the usual Y-shaped incision or something like that. Is that mean anything?
The Y-shaped incision, yeah, that's how we open the body to get to the internal organs.
In other words, you kind of start at the navel, you go up, and then you make the split, and then left, and then the right.
Well, me personally, I start at the shoulders and come in and then go down, but
So it looks like a Y.
yes,
And then, of course, that allows you access to the internal organs that you have to examine, correct?
yes, and then the neck as well.
And then the neck. Okay. Can you tell me the order of examination that you perform? In other words, do you do the Y-shaped incision first, or do you excise the neck first, or how is it you do that?
For me, I do the Y incision first to expose the internal organs, and then the rib cage is removed to expose the lungs and heart, and then for me, I take out each organ individually. So I will take out heart after collecting my toxicology samples. I'll take out heart and lung, and then take out the organs of the abdomen. Intestines, kidneys, et cetera, et cetera. And then once those are removed, I will dissect the neck.
Now, is the head and the body level on the table, or is it elevated, or do you utilize any particular objects? Elevating the head is
The table itself is slightly elevated so that there's an end of the table that is a drain that drains into a sink for obvious reasons. And then the body is usually on what we call a block, so it elevates kind of the chest area a little bit more just to make it easier for access to all of the parts of the body without having to bend over a lot. And then the head has its own block for when the skull is opened.
Okay. Now, one of the things that I think you made reference to in your report is, by the way, so in other words, you did in fact elevate the head by way of a block, removing the other objects that you had to examine, and then you examined the neck musculature, is that right?
Yes, the head is elevated to remove the brain.
Okay. Now, you indicated, I think in response to one of the DA's questions about decomposition, and decomposition basically would be the breakdown of tissues and things of that nature, correct?
Yes,
Now, was there any indicated, there was no indication, no evidence of decomposition in this case, right?
correct.
You did make reference to the fact in your report that there was sphenoid, S-P-H-E-N-O-I-D, sinus fluid collection, right?
Yes.
And what is sphenoid sinus fluid collection?
So the sphenoid sinus is an area in the skull kind of above the nose and kind of,
Sinuses.
yeah, sinuses within this area. And so that area is checked when there is a question of drowning to see if there's fluid within that sinus.
And there was some fluid in there, correct?
There was a small amount of fluid.
It would be that type of fluid is very common and may be discharged in the course of the pressures in the neck, right?
No, it's probably not because of the pressure of the neck.
Right, but it's common in circumstances such as this autopsy that you were performing, right?
It's common in bodies that are found in water, yes.
Okay. Same thing with the frothy, I think it was the expression you used, frothy fluid that was in the lung, right?
Yes.
That would be the plural effusion?
The frothy fluid would be the edema within the lung tissue. The effusion is just on the outside, is in the cavity that the lungs sit in.
Now, one of the things that you would look for in a cause of death where there's a struggle, there's strangulation, by the hands on the throat of another person or hand on their throat, there's a defensive reaction by the person who's having the reaction choked off, right?
I would assume so, yes.
Well, you don't just assume it's a matter, I mean, it's very common.
Why does this defense lawyer never find a microphone?
That there would be claw marks on the person's hand as the person was struggling, right?
On the assailant's hands, yes.
Yes, and in fact, there were no claw marks or marks of bruises or injuries or anything on his hands whatsoever.
That's not a part of my investigation.
One of the things that you had mentioned is that you take the sample of the blood, right?
Yes,
You don't just take one sample, I mean, you take iliac vein sample, right?
yes.
What is that?
So iliac veins are vessels that are in the leg or that run from the abdomen into the legs.
She seems very unsure of basic kind of things in the, I don't know.
And so as a standard toxicology collection is that we have two different samples of blood, so usually heart blood and iliac
Okay.
or femoral.
You mentioned the heart blood, right? There's also, I believe it says, a vitreous fluid.
Yes.
What is vitreous fluid?
Vitreous fluid is the fluid that is inside of the eyeball.
So you guys took a sample from the iliac, the heart, also urine, right?
Yes.
And vitreous fluid from the eyeball, correct?
Yes.
And that was with an effort to try to determine on a toxicology test whether or not there are any indicia of alcohol or drugs or anything like that in the system, right?
Yes, those are standard samples taken on all autopsies.
So in this case, you did take the samples, and there was an examination, and there was an indication that, in fact, there was a, says 0.12 ethanol. What does that mean?
That is the percentage of ethanol in the vitreous humor.
Okay. Now, the vitreous humor, again, is the fluid that's in the eyeball, right?
Yes.
And that's a very accurate source, if you will, almost like deep heart blood. Vitreous humor from the eyeballs is a very accurate source of blood for purposes of ethanol or narcotic
She's
testing, right?
doing a lot of.
Yes, it can be it's not blood, but it's kind of the filtration of the blood.
Exactly, it's the fluid.
Right.
That's a pretty good source of fluid for examination as to the level of alcohol that would be in a person's.
Yeah, but I don't like that she doesn't know basic where the sinuses is, that she can't explain stuff like that. That's, to me, she comes off super nervous.
System, right?
Yes.
When a person dies, does the body continue to metabolize the alcohol? Does it just stop at that level, or what does that mean?
To metabolize alcohol, it does not usually.
She's playing with her lanyard.
Your body functions do not continue once you're.
Even though you're dead, the body will still, alcohol is in the body is still
again,
dissipating. Or
Different
dissipating,
opinions.
if you will,
It's
correct?
fine.
It might still be accumulating. Your body tends.
The ingestion, it depends on the time of the ingestion, right?
And also depends. There are other factors within your body that may produce alcohol once you're dead. So, like if
I'm not asking that question. I'm not asking, I understand that putrefaction, things
Right.
of that nature, if the body is out in the field for 5 days, it might create its own alcohol. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when somebody's drinking, as you said, you have the regular stuff that we drink, the alcohol. Does that dissipate or metabolize when a body is, a person is dead?
I would say no.
So, when you examine the vitreous humor, you get a determination from the toxicology screen that it's a 0.12 alcohol. What does that tell you for alcohol level?
That it was around that area, around that amount.
So 1.2, I mean, you told the jurors that it's your understanding that the federal standard of being under the influence is a .08, which is also in Massachusetts. You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
So that would be about 4 points over the limit, if you will, on the blood alcohol, right?
Yes.
For 1.2. What's the gabapentin?
Hey, Troy.
You know,
What is gabapentin?
what's gabapentin? Was there gabapentin found in the blood examination of Ms. McLean?
Not that I have.
Can you look at analysis, summary, and reporting limits, Office of Chief Medical Examiner, NMS, looks like page 18.
I think it's because of that conversion rate thing. So it depends on if they're going by the serum or they're doing it with the right blood. I could be why you have different scales.
Let me go this way. Let me just approach you. Recognize this as being part of the attachments to your report?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, she was drunk.
Oh, okay.
All right. So it does indicate that there would be testing for barbiturates and various narcotics as well as alcohol, correct?
Yes, those are what would have been tested for.
All right. And there was an indication that there was gabapentin in the blood, correct?
No.
Okay. Was there an indication of any barbiturates whatsoever?
No. So what you're looking at are just what the test will test for, not the actual findings.
That was tested for.
So the positive findings area or the detailed findings area explain that there's only ethanol and caffeine that was identified in her blood system. Underneath where you were looking is just showing all the testing that was done on the blood.
Now, the alcohol testing itself as well was also taken from whole blood and deep heart, correct?
Let's see which one they sent.
You removed the fluids yourself?
Yes.
Because of the autopsy, right?
Yes.
when you were looking at the hands of Ms. McLean, did you make any observations of any cuts or defensive wounds in and about the hands themselves?
Of her hands, no.
Did you make any observation of any scrapes in the area of the neck, claw marks in the area of the neck, bruising in the area of the chin, bruising in the area of the lower portion of the face?
No.
A minute, Ron, please.
Yes.
And finally, Doctor, again, if you're understanding, as a medical examiner on this case, that you have no idea
I wish I could hear his questions.
whatsoever how long Ms. McLean's body was in the pond, correct?
Correct.
You have no idea whether or not it was face down in the pond or face up in the pond, correct?
Correct.
And if the body was face down, whether it was suspended in some fashion, if it was floating, like, well, a float that you might do in a pool or something, or if it's laying down on the ground, there would be a pooling of the blood, isn't that right?
Yes.
The pooling of the blood is what causes that lividity that you were testifying to, correct?
Yes.
Because of gravity, blood settles down to the bottom portion of the body itself, right?
Yes.
If the body was face down in the water, then in fact, pooling of the blood would take place in the area of the nose, of the face, and of course in the chest, right?
Yes.
Ms. McLaughlin, anything else?
Just have one moment, please.
Yes.
Yes, it's a 5-year-old case. That's, of course, again, I don't know where the defense is going, and maybe it's because I couldn't hear it, but it seems like he misread the blood toxicology testing for the blood toxicology results. Because you'll do a heck of a lot of testing, but you might not find any evidence of it.
Cross-examination about lividity.
Yes.
Can you explain what that is?
Again, it's the pooling of blood from the skin, from the small vessels in the skin.
Is that the same thing as bruising?
No.
How is it different?
So again, lividity is basically just once the blood vessels relax and start to be leaky, the blood will settle into whatever skin is by gravity the lowest. Bruising is specific to their.
I don't know, you must have it turned way up because I could hear her perfectly and I can't hear him. Maybe his voice doesn't go through my monitors because I can hear this lawyer just as well as I can hear the witness, but I can't hear him.
Being some level of irritation and pressure on a certain area.
So the ecchymosis that you described earlier, and we look at the pictures around.
Well, it must be my monitors
That
then.
is not from lividity, right?
Correct.
I can't hear him.
And you talked a little bit about the samples that you took from Katie and specifically the blood samples and the tissue samples that you took from her?
Yes.
If I could just show you 2 photographs.
When is the Karen Reed case going on? I am predicting the 22nd of April, but apparently they seated 2 jurors yesterday, so it might be faster than that. Today they had the normal, how many have heard about the case, and it was like 2/3 of the people, so I don't know. They are in jury selection day 2. Yesterday they had 98, I believe, and today they have 74 people in court to find out if they can be jurors. But I believe yesterday was 2 people. Some people must have a better hearing than me. Well, I'm 27 years old. It's
Do you recognize, I know they're small, but do you recognize those 2 photographs?
Yes.
Are those blood samples that you took from the body of Katie McLean?
Yes.
And are those a known standard for blood testing?
That's
I think she was just reading what she said, saying what she was reading. Let's see if we can hear something.
The blood samples and the that you described earlier, and we look at the pictures around Katie's neck, that is not from lividity, right?
correct.
Okay. And you talked a little bit about the samples that you took from Katie and specifically the blood samples and the tissue samples that you took from her?
Yes.
If I could just show you 2 photographs.
No, I didn't do this too.
I'm going to put that down on normal speak.
If I could just show you 2 photographs.
No, I didn't do this too.
No,
Samples that you took from
No, I didn't do. No, I didn't do that one still.
and specifically the blood samples and the tissue samples that you took from her?
Yes.
If I could just show you 2 photographs.
No, I didn't do this too.
Didn't do this too. I did do this too. And then she makes a little.
Samples that you took from her?
Yes.
If I could just show you 2 photographs.
No, I didn't do this too.
I hear it as I didn't do this too.
Do you recognize, I know they're small, but do you recognize those 2
Did
photographs?
do, yeah.
Yes.
Are those blood samples that
hear
you
it as
took
didn't as well.
from the body of Katie McLean?
Yes.
And
I
are
think she-
those
she said didn't
a
do
known
this
standard
too.
for blood testing?
That was for evidence, so that would have been a part of what would go to the police if they requested it.
So those were taken to the state police crime lab for testing?
Right.
No further questions?
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, doctor. You may step down.
Thank you.
Oh, you flatterer. If I were the defense lawyer, I would demand to see that report 100%, not the one he has. It sounded kind of like they were not on the same page. But
Colleen Tangway, please.
she said she did it, so I hope so. Thank you, Brendan. Yeah, what trial is Dave covering? Maybe he's going on the day bell starts today.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter?
Plevin is a yellow cottage tail, a hero in his own mind. Go read his bio on Amazon. He is apparently a history student at a university, and because he was a bartender, he knows how to read people. He absolutely doesn't know how to write. I bet you he thought that the second world kerfuffle came before the first world kerfuffle.
That are now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God. I do. Thank you.
Good
I
morning.
don't know what that is.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you please state your name and spell your first and your last name for the record?
My name is Colleen Tangway. First name is Colleen. Last name is Tangway. Tanguay.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up a little bit more if you could. That
Yes.
sounds like it's too short.
Okay.
All right, thank you. How are you employed?
Currently, I am what's called a post-retiree, a contract employee with Mass State Police. I retired in July of 2023 after 27 years in law enforcement.
And when you retired in July of 2023, what was your rank?
I was a detective lieutenant.
And what branch of law enforcement did you work for?
So I worked for the Massachusetts State Police. When I retired as a detective lieutenant, at that point in time, I worked for the Office of Professional which is essentially IA and staff inspections combined. But 18 years prior to that, for those 18 years prior to that, I actually worked in crime scene services.
All right, so you were in law enforcement for 23 years, all of that with the state police?
27 years?
27, I apologize.
That's okay. 4 years I was with the town of Northborough, and then 23 years with this Mass State Police.
And how long were you with crime scene services?
I have 18 years total.
Okay. And can you explain what crime scene services is?
Sure. Crime Scene is a support unit for local, state, and federal agencies. We provide services such as documentation of crime scenes, processing crime scenes for latent prints, also impression evidence such as footwear and tire tracks. We also, any evidence that is submitted in, we process them for latent prints, comparisons, analysis. Basically, that's a summary of what we do.
And have you received any specialized training in connection with being assigned to the crime scene services section?
Yes, both internal and external training that involves photography, videography, latent print processing, comparison analysis, courtroom testimony. I have to pass a competency test in any areas that I work in, and then every year I have to pass a proficiency test in those areas to make sure that I'm keeping up with essentially the times.
And at a certain point, did you become supervisor within crime scene services?
Yes, I was a trooper, and then I'm trying to think of what year. I then became a sergeant where I was in charge of the Maynard lab, which that was what I was at the time of this incident. I then became...
That's fine, Zach. I won't read any of your super chats anyway. So why should you?
Became a lieutenant, where I was the executive officer, and I was number 2 in charge. I assisted the unit commander with the day-to-day runnings, and I oversaw 3 labs prior to being promoted out and going to OPIA.
And so is it fair to say that there's different geographic areas that crime scene services serves?
Yes, there's 7 different labs throughout the Commonwealth. At the time of this, I was assigned to the Maynard lab, and we can go anywhere in the state. Watertown is a good example. We had troopers come from all across the state. We're a state agency, but at this particular time, I was assigned to Maynard, and we have a certain geographical area that we're assigned to.
And does each town or city in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts get assigned to a certain lab?
Yes.
And so currently, what are you doing currently?
So as I said, I'm a post-retiree. I get hired back by the Commonwealth to work for crime scene services because I have an intimate knowledge of how the unit runs. I work directly for the unit commander on projects that he has. It could be a validation study of new chemicals that are coming in. I could be doing an audit of casework in case he has to deal with that.
Is it because they did such a shitty job on their crime scene investigation in the Karen Reed case that they hired someone in that didn't use solo cops? Well, I never supported the channel to begin with. No. And I have you blocked so you couldn't support it anyway, Zach. It's a perfect hate circle. Just like Jamie and Valhalla.
Quality assurance section. Basically anything that he asks me to do. I'm also working on a training program for the unit.
All right. So directing your attention
Brown
to
chicken,
May
white
15th
cow.
to 16th of 2020. I believe you said you were a sergeant in that period of time?
Yes.
And you were working out of the Maynard lab?
Yes.
Did you have particular shifts that you worked?
So day to day, we would have like a Monday through Friday, 7 to 3, but we also have an on-call schedule so that one person would be on call for a 24-hour period. I was on call that night. It would start at 7 a.m. and go till 7 a.m. the following day. But we often get calls for assist, so even if it's not my call.
No, she was just hired back in her old job and kept her pension because Massachusetts have too much tax income.
Call day, I might have another trooper officer call me and say, hey, could you help me out? I can't cover this call. So technically, I'm on call 24 hours a day.
Okay. And were you sent to a location in Dover?
Yes.
And did Dover get covered by the Maynard lab?
Yes.
And what was your assignment when you were sent to Dover?
I was I essentially was the scene officer, the case officer for crime scene, because I was also the supervisor. I was the scene supervisor. And I was requested by the State Police Detective Unit to come and assist them with the investigation.
All right. And did you understand that at a certain point in time, search warrant was obtained for 29 Valley Road?
Yes.
And what did you do when you arrived at 29 Valley Road?
I proceeded to take photographs of the residents. I also called Trooper Dave Stewart to come out to take a videotape of the scene for me. And I also contacted Trooper Alex Sow to report to a secondary location.
What was the secondary location at you?
Residents in, I believe, in Dedham.
All right. And is it fair to say that you took a number of different photographs of 29 Valley Road?
I did.
And when you're taking photographs of a home, what in general is your approach?
First, you want to document the scene or the home as is, and then we would concentrate on areas of interest. At the time, there was a search warrant being conducted by the State Police Detective Unit. I would photograph the home again as I saw it, and then if they, during their search warrant, found any areas of interest, I would leave the location I was in the house, photograph what they found of interest, and then I go back to documenting the scene as I found it.
And was there a chemist also present?
Yes.
Would you document the scene in conjunction with the chemist?
Yes, if he found anything of interest, he would also ask me to come over and photograph it for him in place.
All right. Can we have the lights off? And I'm going to show you a series of photographs that have been marked into evidence and ask you to explain what they are. Ms. Gilman, can we please have exhibit number 148? What do you recognize that to be, ma'am?
That is the residence.
All right. Can we have 149?
It's the
Recognize that.
front door or kind of the side door.
Can we have 151, please? Will you recognize that to be?
The right side of the residence, if you're looking at it from the front.
And can we have 152, please? Where's the map?
Gazebo in the rear of the home.
Can we have 150, please? What is that?
Rear of the residence.
I'm sorry, what number is that? 150? Could we have 153, please? What is that?
The left side of the home, that's the garages.
Could we have 155, please? And what is that?
Inside one of the garage bays.
Ms. Gilbert, can you make that a little bit bigger? Thank you. All right, could we have exhibit number 157, please?
Same area, just a different view. It's the garage.
And is it typical that you would take photographs of the same area but with just a different perspective?
Yes, so that you can get a 360. As long as I'm capable of actually getting into the space, then I try to take it from different areas and have the photographs overlap.
Could we have 158, please? And what is contained in 158?
That is another view of the garage.
And could we have 159, please? What is contained in this photograph?
We're starting to enter the home from the garage.
Could we have 160, please? What
That is
in this?
the hallway leading in from the garage.
Could we have 161, please? What's in this?
That is a room off to the side. I believe it's a bathroom.
Could we have 162, please? What's shown in exhibit 162?
That is also you're continuing into the home. We're approaching the kitchen from the hallway leading from the garage.
Could we have 163, please?
So now, as you can see, we're taking a left. We're continuing in, or it's a step closer, I should say, to the kitchen. It's a continuation of the hallway.
164, please.
We've now entered the kitchen.
Could we have 166, please?
The countertop in the kitchen.
And Ms. Gilbert,
Someone
can you
was
tell me
drinking
what-
martinis.
Are there items on the counter?
Yes, there are several alcohol bottles, a martini glass. It looks like a jar of olives, a spoon.
I think she said more than 20 years. I think you need to be on the force for 20 years to get your pension. That's why former trooper Proctor won't get his pension.
All right. Could we have 167, please?
It's a close-up. So often when we're taking photographs of scenes, we'll do our overalls, our mid-range, and close-up so that you can see objects as they are in relationship to the room, but then you can get closer and see what the object actually is.
Could we have 168, please?
It's another view.
169, please.
The other side view of the countertop.
170, please.
The kitchen sink in the kitchen.
171, please.
What was in the actual sink
It was looking down into the sink.
into the sink.
172, please.
Again, another view of the kitchen.
We have 173, please.
An angle of the kitchen leading to the next room.
173, please. I'm sorry, is that 173? 174, please.
Hallway.
All right. And can you zoom in a little bit on this? All right. Can you describe what can be seen in this photograph?
Can you go side by one?
Yes.
We're gonna see a broken rock glass, but the bathroom sink, I'm not sure. Now we're going to sidebar. Why? I don't know. Oh, look who's back. OnlyFan. Got some 5-star booze. Was it good booze? I don't know. I don't drink martini. So I find they are a little bit... yeah. And I don't like olives, so... I guess Medicare fraud along with doctor salary pays well. Again, he was a smart guy. He used to be a smart guy. He wasn't married, so a lot of disposable income. But it kind of looked like Fairview 34. I don't know if it's the style that every house is built in Massachusetts. When I looked up and saw it, I was thinking, oh, we're back at Fairview? A martini is vodka. No, you put on martini in it as well. Right? Well, I hate blue cheese and I don't like olives. You do the math. But I don't know. Was it high class booze? Yeah, the house is way nicer inside, yes, but it was just the style of the building was kind of the same as Fairview 34. I could just get sold.
That's very strange.
Or just displayed in one of the photographs, and then any additional photographs or testimony concerning them. Do you want to put that on the record?
That's correct. There are a number of exhibits that the government, I suspect, through this witness will be going through, attempting to elicit what the government argues would be a pattern of spots. They're very strange spots, very strange pattern. I mean, for example, looking at one of the photographs that they have, you're probably talking 2 feet between one spot and another spot. I just don't know what the relevance of the spots is.
I don't like
I want to
it.
make sure that there's no speculation and an argument or inflammatory argument as to the source of the spots.
Yeah, it's vermouth.
Not
That's the one I was
informed
thinking
the
of.
evidence. They never submitted it to the crime laboratory. They never had forensic examination. They never looked to see what the composition of the object of the items were or are. One of the police officers.
Jamie can't eat jalapeno because it's too strong for her. Jamie can barely eat toast because she doesn't like spicy food.
Detectives opined that they were from the wheels of a suitcase. Your Honor knows that in the questioning of the defendant, the officer asked him a couple of times, I believe, whether or not he put her body in a suitcase, and I'm thinking that this might be where they're heading as far as speculation. There's no evidence to justify that. I don't expect no.
A body in a suitcase? Oh.
Counsel that they would be arguing such a speculation in their argument, but nevertheless, I don't see the relevance or materiality of these unknown marks, unknown pattern. So I would ask that we not belabor the point. I am not raising a Bowden issue as to the inefficiency of the police as far as their investigation. I've done it 1,000 times. I don't see that here in this case. I mean, you've got the police, they did a good job locating the person. They did, quite frankly, I think a pretty good job questioning the defendant. They hurried up to, hey, you're not a bad guy. We want to know, find the body. They did a good job in that regard. I don't have any Bowden argument here, but they should have done something that they didn't do, was running most without doing. So I just don't see any legal, practical, material basis for this evidence. I can see it being extremely prejudicial, so I respectfully object.
Ms. Beatty?
The only additional thing that I wanted to say in addition to what I said at sidebar is regardless of whether or not defense counsel argues or requests of an instruction from the court, the Commonwealth's investigation is always at issue for the jury. And the jury has to have confidence in the investigation and in the sufficiency and the professionalism of the investigation, considering that we're asking them to convict this defendant of first-degree murder. So proper scene documentation, taking note of something that's obviously unusual and out of place. Mr. Rocca testified to the black marks, and I'm not going to argue that there was a suitcase, or Ms. McLaughlin's not going to argue that there was a suitcase used at this point in time unless further evidence develops later on in the trial. But that's not part of our evidence in our case in chief. And so this is just about scene documentation.
Okay, so to the extent she wants to testify about seeing this pattern and seeing a series of black dots, she may do so. There is to be no speculation as to what those are.
Yes, Your Honor.
They weren't collected or tested, they were photographed?
That's right.
Were they swabbed at all?
No.
Okay, and is she going to make it clear that that's, in other words, there was a picture of I think, some dots on a hardwood floor. That is not a pattern of the hardwood floor?
I don't know that she's going to say that's not a pattern.
No, I would agree with that.
It's not.
Okay.
It's some unknown substance on the floor. There's a series of photographs coming. The chemist also in his scene diagrams documented them with some asterisks. And I would anticipate that he would also testify about those, but.
All right, so it's to be limited to black spots, no further argument or inference as to what they could potentially be?
Yes, understood.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So for what it's worth, my objection, Your Honor?
Yes.
Point, all rise.
One of them is like this.
Well, stay safe. If you're here, see a doghouse come flying by, go into the cellar. Yeah, that's her plan. She's tired. She doesn't want to hang with me anymore. She claims I make fun of her all the time, and apparently what I did to her in Copenhagen by making her walk 40 miles made her hate me so much she will leave. And we're live. I don't like jalapenos because when I don't know if it's the brine they're in or whatever it is. I don't like those. We got some whole chilies that we were eating, marinated chilies or whatever it was. Iris got us in Copenhagen. They were great. Yeah, 60 miles uphill both ways. She did hit me multiple times on camera. Well, I made Iris walk 60 miles. Well, we can't really get that. Well, maybe I could go somewhere, but it's not that. It's just every time you get like a Mexican burger, it's always with those pickled jalapenos in it, and I don't like those. I think they're too sour. But I would love if they would just put some sriracha or something on and make it Mexican that way. Hey, Pixie, you're up early. Because I don't live in a country where they grow. Well, we have started growing more chilies, but jalapenos is not. It's not a snack pepper you pick up. Well, I think she might have been turned off by the chlamydia pigeons. That's where she lost her mind. Yeah, and it just tastes weird. And everyone is like, oh, you don't like spicy food. No, I don't like jalapenos because it doesn't taste good. 15 miles is a normal day at Disneyland. Don't take Iris to Disneyland. Well, then I'll try them whenever I come by your garden. My grandmother used to do a lot of pickles. Well, we call it pickles when with cauliflower and carrots and all that good stuff. Onions. Oh, there was nothing better when you had a roast and then you had that the pickles with it. Oh, I love that. Don't see it much anymore. Well, I had an agreement with Winesaw that she was going to come by today at 6 a.m., fix my garden. I was up at 6 a.m. No one knocked on my door. I'm just saying, can't trust anyone. The bikes, boo, but the pigeon's so adorable. It's the rats of the sky. We hate pigeons. No, well, there was a rumor that she might have been pickled when my granddad married her, but that's probably why my uncle was a little weird. Well, speed up so he's not too close to you. Pickled red cabbage is something we eat a lot at Christmas. My daughter made some of those for her boyfriend, and then we were up there. She invited me and my brother for a visit, and something must have gone wrong in the pickling because they had turned bad, really, really bad. Ugh. See, Jamie? You missed the train again. There was one pigeon that had a bum leg, and I really want to help it out, but no one would let me get near him. What were you going to do? He's going to be eaten by a rat at some point. They need to eat too. Dumpster chickens. What's the dumpster chicken? What's it? I never heard dumpster chicken before. Well, sometimes you don't do. Fermented food is so good for you. Yeah, that's why you should eat a lot of fermented fish. Pickled isn't the same as fermented, is it? Yeah, she would probably do something like that, and then you would be screaming at her, no, Iris would be screaming at her, don't touch that bird, it'll give you chlamydia, and Jamie would be laughing her butt off. Eagles are dumpster chickens. Oh, I saw bald eagles in when I was in Dollywood. They have bald eagles in Dollywood. I saw them. I'm trying to remind myself what I was eating. I was eating the last night in Tennessee. It was something cheese, but I can't remember what it was called. And it was just some cheese and some crackers. That was a little too much. Ibis is the bin chickens in Australia. We, when I was deployed, we had a 30-kilometer march we could do, and then we got a little medal. So we did that just to see we could do it. We had to wear, I think we had to wear, I can't remember how many kilos of equipment we had and have our weapons and stuff like that. That was fun because we lived in a mountainous area, and it was quite hot that day. And I was walking with a guy, and I almost had to carry him the last 5K. And then maybe a month later, he said, no, I'm going to do the 100 kilometers as well. And I thought, this guy's never going to do it because he could hardly do the 30-kilometer. And he did the 100, but his legs just went from him. So he was in his room screaming because he had to go take a pee. So we had to carry him to the toilet because he did it, and all props to him. They had to walk 100 kilometers in a day or something like that. 2 days, I don't know. And they had to just do it in a circle inside of the camp because there was a little bit of pew-pewing going around outside. But he couldn't walk for the next 3 days, so we had to carry him to the toilet. Well, we have a lot of pigeon problems. I did a bike ride for MS charity. Why do MS people always make you exercise? Ridiculous. I did get my medal from Mario Bartelli without getting molested, which was nice. It's always nice when you don't get molested. I wouldn't ride a bike naked. That chafing with my fat ass, even when I'm in a pair of bike shorts with the padding in it, I wouldn't do that. Yeah, Jamie, the exotic. For those of you who didn't see our Copenhagen stream, we have a SMEX convention called Exotic World, and Jamie, Erotic World, not Exotic World, but Jamie misread it and thought it was Exotic World and asked if it was with animals. Well, creepy animals. Cool, I like eagles. 240 ultramarathon. Yeah, those people who run those ultramarathons, they must really have a bad marriage and just say, honey, I'm going running. How did you know it was a Santa then? Me too. Maybe some furries would show up, yeah. Dragon Con. Is it also Smexiness? They wear the hat and beard. Oh. Yes, sponsored by FD Food Fairy. From Chicago Fire Department. Tower. Oh, we can just look at this. Engine 4, Tower 10. That's how it is. So it's 10-4, partner. Baker, put pigeon into Urban Dictionary, please. Do you edit Urban Dictionary because you always know when something, or do you just spend a lot of time on Urban Dictionary because you always know when there's something I really don't need to look up on Urban Dictionary? Urban Dictionary. No, not urban development. Dictionary. Yes, accept all. Pigeon. Oh, another name for a government spy. All the pigeons work for the bourgeoisie. That's what it is. It's also synonymous with a peasant. A pigeon is a label used to describe a male in which a female does not and will never take seriously. A pigeon, just like a peasant, is automatically disqualified and forgotten about the moment they are classified as a pigeon. Tell that pigeon to get lost. Can you just ask that pigeon yourself? For Christ's sake, Mindy, leave that pigeon alone. Just let him flock with the rest of the pigeons. What a pigeon. He was quite a pigeon. I'm never dating another pigeon like him again. Dates another pigeon. What do I gotta do for this pigeon to stop hitting on me? This is the definitions of pigeon in Urban Dictionary. Thank you, Brandon. For once, it wasn't overly sexual. I could not run 5 miles. I did my runs when I had to in the military, but I hate running. Just got a call from the Baker Group. Is Jamie cold calling people again? Plevin's book is on sale already? How much to get the rights? $20. Guess you have to type in pigeon, other word for garden tool. Sounds like the ladies edited this one. This is how I know them. Are we chit-chatting now? Can I ask a question? I have never seen the Meatball Traub emails about Doofus, but I'm trying to figure out the twit twat. I'm old and saw them there. Is that old news? Yeah, that's very, very old news. It's before the first trial. I don't have them. I've seen them. But it's very old. Look who sneaks in. Talk time with Amy. Hey, how you doing? Am I streaming any other part of the trial today, or are you done for the day? Well, I'm not done. And it's only half a day, so normally they'll take a 15-minute break at 11. So they are late. They have been on break for 25 minutes, but they also have a sidebar. So I'm expecting them to come back any minute now, because I really need a bio break. That's why I'm moving around in my chair this much. I will be streaming all days in the case today, but it's only a half day, so we'll be done by 1 tomorrow and Friday. And now I need to stop moving around. Tomorrow and Friday, this case is off because the judge has some conference he has to go to. But tomorrow at noon Eastern, Valhalla and I will be rewatching the opening statements from the Karen Reed 1 trial. We might even do, depending on how much time he has, and I'll find the clips for it and see how long it takes, but play Lally's opening and then Lally's closing, and then defense opening and defense closing, just to see it against each other, see how much it changes from one to the other. So that is on the program for tomorrow. Jamie won't be joining us because Valhalla is here. Friday, I don't know. Saturday, birthday in the family. Sunday, I don't know. Monday, back to this one, half day. Tuesday should be a full day. So it's Massachusetts. No full days in court. Our Lord and Savior only fan. I know. Oh, because I need a bio break. I see what you did there. Nope. I think Brandon put this one in Urban Dictionary. Anxiety, the feeling of overwhelming guilt, stress, or worry you experience the day after drinking, binge, hangover, anxiety, anxiety. F it. I may or may not have done a 2-man conga line through the Church of Scientology last night. I got the worst anxiety. F it. I think that's made by Brandon. Not because I think he did a two-man conga line in the Scientology building, but he did send me some disturbing pictures. Oh, so she's a town bicycle. Or maybe it's because the bobbing of the head. Or is that chickens? Maybe Jamie is crossing. Well, that's probably what the restraining order is about. I'm just saying. Well, I can't put the trial on pause because there's nothing happening in the trial. So I'm just hanging out. I don't know why we can't get back to the trial. I am evil Homer. He did do a boot scooting boogie at the Presbyterian Church. I think we actually walked past the Church of Scientology in Copenhagen when the girls were over here. Yeah. They, 25 years ago, at end of month, I was diagnosed with MS and only had one major episode in 2003, which left me semi-blind in my right eye. Oh, that's good for you that it didn't turn worse because it's a devil of a disease. That was Val last night, too drunk to think or speak. I had him on at 11 o'clock and he seemed, well, 11:30, but he seemed okay. I have heard the rumors that this might be the case, yes. Jamie figured out I'm not marrying her and she needs to get married. No, Jamie isn't the marrying type. She's the I'm gonna hit you all the time type. She's a mean woman. Hey, Tish. It's been 2 minutes, I would even say. Maybe 3. And welcome, welcome. We're just hanging out looking at OnlyFans because they went on break and didn't really say anything. So hopefully they'll be back. I don't know. So I will just do interpretive dancing until this is my the waterfall. No, the sprinkler, sorry. The waterfall. The tree. All of them are in renditions that has to do with windy situations that you could clearly tell. I did do 4 years of interpretive dance at college. Oh, and by the way, you know, the renewed motion to exclude Dr. Welchi, the guy who's going to testify about everything, apparently. Bev have said, yeah, that'll be fine. Just raise an objection if you think he goes outside of his purview. And even though there's no methodology or any methods mentioned, you can just see it in his testimony. Again, exactly the opposite of what she always rules against the defense witnesses. At what point does someone tell her, stop it, get some help? She is, she's too much. Plevin's book is number 8 in criminal law evidence. And it's ranked 80,424 in the Kindle store. If anyone was looking. So Wandia, of course, denied for Dr. Welcher. I think the angle is that it was a crime of passion. It wasn't premeditated, which would take it from murder 1 down to manslaughter. Which would give him 15 years instead of life.
All right, can I just counsel while the jurors are coming over, please?
I'm sorry, but I'm also applauding you. That's amazing that you took that upon yourself and your husband as well. Wonder how much he paid for that rating. He has 700 reviews, all 5 stars. The 3 reviews written. Logical and truthful book. This book is amazing. The way Kevin writes puts you right in the heart of the story. No, it makes you want to blow your head off. In Minecraft. He is factual. No, because he claims that Karen Reed uses to start the afternoon drinking at around 5. How does he know? I haven't heard that. Honest? No. And presents the evidence with logic. Only if you think logic means not logical. This was an amazing book. No. Thank you, Plevin. That was from Jennifer Davidson. Nicola Bavis. Justice for John O'Keefe. Kevin did a wonderful job with this book. He takes a non-biased look at the case. If you think Auntie Bev is unbiased. You can tell he's passionate about the case. Excellent book. I hope others will check it out. Justice for John O'Keefe. Hashtag Killer Karen. 5 stars. Beth Bandy. Factual, logical, and unbiased. I appreciate a factual true crime writer. Kevin Lenihan's pieces the facts of the case together and leads the reader to an unbiased, logical conclusion. None of these people have read the book. Sunflower. Highly recommended.
Please.
Thought-provoking and written with honesty and integrity. Plevin's mother is making a lot of different accounts writing reviews. No, I'm not allowed to write a review. I have tried. Five is quitting time. That's evening territory. I will allow it.
Exhibit number 174 in this building you had just zoomed in. What can be seen in exhibit number 174?
Approximately in the center to the left, there's a small black mark.
Could we have it 175, please? What's in 175?
This is a picture, I'd call it a living room.
176, please.
Close-up of the ottoman in the living room.
And what can be seen on the ottoman?
There looks like a martini glass.
177, please.
Different side of the same room, different angle.
178, please.
As you can see, the leather couch in the bottom left, it's just the other side of the living room.
179, please.
This appears to be an office.
And could we have 180, please?
Different view of the office.
181, please.
Again, another view of the office, different angle.
182, please.
This is a piece of furniture to next to the desk in the office.
183, please.
Different angle of the top of the desk.
184, please.
This is another type of living room.
185, please.
Different angle of the same room.
186, please.
Different angle of the same room.
187, please.
Dining room.
188, please.
Picture of the table in the dining room.
What's on top of it?
appears to be puzzles.
189, please.
Again, of the
Puzzles and a body in a suitcase. Dun, dun, dun. Was it a good day? Did they play with the dogs?
floor in the hallway. You can see the stairs in the back.
Okay. And can you zoom in a little bit? All right. And when you were in the home in the early morning hours of the 16th, did you have the opportunity to make any observations of the floor in 29 Valley Road?
Yes, there's a series of small black marks that it almost created a pattern. They'd be like 2 inches apart. There'd be two small black marks. And in additional photos, you'll see that I marked them out and I did take some measurements. And they seem to be a pattern going through the house.
And did you attempt to document them in your photographs?
I did.
Okay. And is this one area where you took a photograph of the floor?
Yes.
Okay. Could we have page 190, please?
It's the same floor with the stairs in the back left.
191, please.
Picture of the hallway and the stairs leading to the second floor.
192, please.
That is hair that was found on the bottom it was on the platform near the bottom of the stairs.
193, please.
Another picture of the stairs,
194, please.
platform on the stairs.
195, please.
Those are close-ups of two of the black marks.
196, please.
The top of the stairs.
197, please.
Picture of the hallway.
198, please.
Another picture of the hallway from a different angle.
199, please.
Another picture of the floor in the hallway.
200, please.
Picture of the door at the end of the hallway.
201, please.
That's probably mid-range of the door showing damage to the frame.
202, please.
That is now inside the room. It's a different angle of the damage to the door frame.
203, please.
Now we're inside the door, and this is a picture of the bedroom.
204, please.
It's a different angle of the bedroom.
205, please.
I am a Scandinavian and we are minimalists. I would get anxiety having this room. Especially this part. Why have everything in boxes along the wall? Buy a effing cabinet. And when you want to support your bed, at least put the metals on the inside and then paint it white so it looks like it belongs there. Or buy a bed that's made. It looks like someone just moved into the house the day before. Again, in Denmark, we are quite minimalist, but I get anxiety just looking at this room.
The bedroom.
205, please.
It's a different angle of the bedroom.
206, please.
A different angle of the bedroom.
207.
A different angle of the same room.
208, please.
And again, a different angle of the same room.
And what can be seen in 208?
We're looking at the bed. There seems to be a pile of sheets off to the right. There's some clothing in boxes along the right side wall. And to the left, there's a bureau.
209, please.
It's a close-up of the footboard of the bed.
And 210, please.
On the floor by the footboard is broken glass.
211, please.
It's a picture of the bed itself. In the right-hand side, there appears to be a red-brown stain.
And on top of the bed, are there any items?
It appears to be clothing. One of the items to the left looks to me to be a silk. I'm not sure if it's a pajama or a bra.
212, please.
A different angle of the same bed.
213, please.
Close-up of the red-brown stain.
214, please.
This is close-up of the clothing that was on the bed.
Sorry, Ms. Gilman, is this 214? Okay. 215, please.
We've moved over to the left of the bed. You can see the bureau is to the left and the bed is on the right.
216, please.
This is underneath the nightstand.
And 217.
It's a close-up of what looks like a broken glass underneath the nightstand.
218, please.
That's the top of the nightstand.
219.
It's a close-up of what is inside the bag on top of the nightstand.
220.
That is, so like I explained earlier, I would occasionally be taken away to take photographs. This is a photograph of the screen on a cell phone.
And Ms. Gilman, can you just zoom in, please? A little bit more, please. All right, can we have 220, please? Oh, that's 220, sorry. 221.
Okay, we're back at the bedroom and the bureau that was on the left. This is a picture of the corner of
Why are there books in the corner and glasses next to it? Probably because they were in a fight, but living in this house must give you anxiety.
the room to the right of the bureau.
222, please.
This is a picture of the bureau.
And 223.
Why is there a pillow on there?
This is a mid-range of the top of the bureau. If you'll notice to the left, there's a broken glass. There's a pillow, and on top of that pillow is another part of a broken glass.
Is that a brassiere?
Did you place those items on the bureau or on the pillow?
No, this is how I found the room.
And would you ever move items in order to photograph them without documenting them?
No, I document the room and the location as I found it, and then afterwards we would go back and add placards and take additional photographs as we collect items.
Page 224, please. I mean, exhibit 224, please. What is that?
That's a close-up of a broken glass on the bureau.
225, please.
That's a close-up of a broken glass that was on the pillow.
226, please.
Picture of a door frame in the bedroom. I believe it's leading.
Yeah, he went back to his hotel and drank 2 bottles of whiskey.
Into a closet.
227.
Why is there nothing in the cabinet? This is worse than reading Plevin's book. All the ants is dancing on my brain right now.
Please.
And this is the interior of the
God.
closet.
228, please.
It's another angle of the closet.
229, please.
And that's a picture of some suitcases inside the closet.
230, please.
How much is this house? And half of it is empty and the other half is filled with what looks like a hobo's camp.
This is another picture from in the bedroom of another door.
231, please.
Picture of the bathroom off of that bedroom.
And 232.
And they have a picture frame in the bathroom, but they have none in the bedroom. Oh, I'm getting anxiety. Anxiety.
Additional pictures of the bedroom. This is showing the bathtub.
Oh, I can't remember, but 2 mil is probably a good guess.
34, please.
No, they had just married and gotten divorced after 4 or 5 months, but they had been together for a couple of years.
A different angle of the bathroom.
235, please.
Now we're back to a hallway.
236, please.
And I don't like that color.
This is an additional bedroom.
237, please.
This is an additional picture of the hallway to the right that leads downstairs, to the left that leads up to the upper floor.
What is this?
238, please.
This is a picture of a laundry room with the suitcase on the floor.
239,
This is an additional picture of the laundry room.
240,
This is another bedroom.
241,
And when you get additional picture of the bedroom, this is the other side of the room, different angle.
241, please.
Oh, I got a nice studio up there.
42, please.
This is a picture of a bathroom,
243, please.
a picture of a bedroom,
244, please.
picture of a different bedroom.
245, please.
Yes.
This is the bottom of the stairs on the first floor. If you'll notice, there are now pieces of tape and a placard that have been inserted in the scene.
Ms. Gilman, can you zoom in a little bit so we can see? Okay. When you say placard, what do you mean by that?
So the placard, as you can see, it's a yellow placard. It's number 1. They go in sequential order, or they're supposed to go in sequential order from 1, 2, 3. It's usually as you find items of evidence or items of interest. So you may see a 1 next to a 9 because something was found later
takes
on. So if I
pictures.
find an object, that gets number 1. As I find the next object, that gets number 2. As the SPDU may find things, I put number 3, 4 down, stuff like that.
240, oh, I'm sorry, there's also the tape, which is.
So those are ruler tape. We have, it's literally a ruler in the form of tape, and we use it to help document scenes and take measurements when we need to take photographs of like latent prints or items of interest.
246, please.
This is a different angle. You can see the tape leading down the stairs. I was documenting the black round marks. Like I said, they were systematic throughout the house. They led from the second floor all the way down. You can see the tape coming down the stairs, goes off to the left and leads out to the other room. Placard number 1 at the bottom of the stairs is hairs. There's a clump of hair at the bottom, and then if you see several stairs up, there's a placard at the top of that, and that's another single hair.
Okay, so that's number 2.
Number 2.
We have 247, please.
That's the clump of hair at the bottom of the stairs.
We have 248, please.
Just showing the tape and the black round marks. And then number 2 is a hair.
249, please.
Yeah, it's probably something like this. They wanted the big house, and they didn't really have money to live that lifestyle, and they just needed the Instagram life where everything looks good on the outside, but in reality, you spend your time in Dubai. I don't have to say what the rest of that sentence is. Brandon knows.
I believe in there, the tape is showing the hair.
250, please.
As you see, there's tape coming down the hallway, and I was documenting the pattern of the round black marks.
251, please.
This is another picture of the hallway with the round black marks being documented.
252, please.
Continuation of the hallway, again showing that the round black marks continued through the hallway.
253, please.
That is where the round black marks We could say either began or ended. But again,
Kostakovich, the guy who's also in the Proctor text string. I'm dyslexic, so I can't, but it's with a C somewhere. Kostakovich, I think it's COS, but I'm not sure.
and as you can
No,
see, they are
KOST.
systematic as
CO.
they go throughout the house.
254, please.
It's a continuation of the tape and the round black marks.
And there's a placard in that one as well.
To the left is number 5. That is the broken glass.
255, please.
As you can see, this is a different angle. You can see the tape. You can see placard number 5, and on the bed with the red-brown stain is another placard.
256, please.
Placard number 3 is indicating the red-brown stain on the bed.
And 257, please.
Number 4, placard number 4 is indicating the broken glass on the bureau.
258.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
This is a different photograph of placard number 5 indicating the broken glass at the foot of the bed.
Didn't he say the stain on the bed was from Smexy time? I don't know. Brown, reddish?
259, please.
This is a different angle of the tape that is marking off in the hallway.
260, please.
Additional photographs of the tape and the black round marks going down the stairwell.
261, please.
Additional photographs, this is from at the top of the, if you want to call it balcony, showing that the marks go down the
heard
stairs,
anything
turn
about
around,
it.
and then proceed out the hallway.
262, please.
Additional photographs from the top of the stairs leading down.
261A, please.
This is a close-up of the black marks. You can see that there's 2 sets of black marks, round circles. They're approximately, if I remember correctly, about an inch apart. But then I can't remember off the top of my head how far in distance they actually are.
263, please.
That's a close-up showing the marks.
264, please.
And that's another close-up of a different set of marks.
266, please.
This is the kitchen, and as you can see, I have additional tape marked off showing that those marks continue through to the kitchen.
267, please.
That is the foyer. You can see the front door, and you can see a piece of tape in the middle.
Still, can you zoom just a little bit, please?
I believe that's a piece, yep.
Yes, Kostakovich, however it's spelled, is in one of the Proctor's texts, and he's one of the people who didn't react to it.
As you can see in the photo that it's showing the 2 black marks.
268, please.
That's a close-up of 2 black marks in the foyer.
269, please.
This is a photograph of the gym. It's a different part of the house.
270, please.
Why is there a tie on the punching bag? That's weird.
Photograph of the gym. It's a different part of the house.
270, please.
This is another picture of, it could be an extension of the gym, but it's got what appears to be a massage table.
271, please.
This is a picture of the movie room in the home.
And 272, please.
This is a different angle of the movie room in the home.
273.
This is a picture of a sliding door.
274, please.
And this is a picture of a game console that was behind the sliding door.
275, please.
This is a picture of some electronic equipment that was also behind the sliding door.
And 276, please.
This is another picture of a different game room in the home.
Yes.
Look, this is where Harry Potter lives.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
You are retired now, right?
I am retired.
You want the lights back on, Mr.
Sure.
McLean? Thank you.
All right, you went through
Go ahead.
all of the photographs that you took of the interior of the home, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you take pictures at the scene of a pond at some point?
I did not.
Okay. You make reference to hair on the stairs, I believe, maybe in the area in front of the stairs in the house, correct?
Yes.
Now, was that the other crime scene, CSS, crime scene services person, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if, for example, in your investigation, this pen was important, and you saw it, you photographed it, would you be the person that would then seize it, with the gloves, so you don't leave any prints?
Not necessarily, sir.
Okay, so as opposed to not necessarily, who would seize?
So we were
Grown up. That's a lot. It's a lot to ask of us. Zach's here today, so yeah.
work in conjunction with other units.
Yes, this is Reddington asking questions, and he has an affinity for not finding the microphone.
So the hair may be collected by the chemist. It would normally be collected by the chemist. I don't collect biologicals unless a chemist is not available or under exigent circumstances.
Was there a chemist there when you were there for CSS?
There was, sir.
Do you know who that was?
His name's Matt Sheehan.
Matt Sheehan? Okay. So you had nothing to do with seizing the hair that was in the house?
I did not.
Know anything about the dog in the house shedding and leaving hairs all over the place?
No, sir.
Did you see the suitcases that were in the bedroom, that were in the other room, that were downstairs, the suitcases?
Yes, sir.
Number of suitcases? Could I have 210, Steve? That's one of the photographs in the bedroom that depicts the front of the...
Yeah, this is the same courtroom that Karen Reed normally is in. They have been in the big courtroom, but that is being used for jury selection in the Karen Reed case today. So this is ongoing while the Karen Reed case. Karen Reed has been mentioned that they are not to look up anything related to the Karen Reed case, probably because Proctor has been involved in this case and Officer Koskowski, who is on that text thread where he was talking about looking for nudes. No questions were asked about that. When the Brady letter went out about Proctor, Reddington, the defense lawyer who is also representing Jen McCabe, asked for Proctor's text messages, but Judge Canoni denied it because she was the judge at that time. So it has a lot of familiar names and faces.
furniture.
Yeah, Hanky Panky
and
lives in
shattered glass
Dover.
in front of it, correct?
Yes.
And up here would be a shard or a section of the glass, correct?
Yes.
And then there's another section right here that would appear to be from the glass as well, correct?
Yes.
Could you have 215, please? So this would be exhibit 215, that also depicts the area of the bed towards the left, as you pointed out, right?
Yes.
222, please. That also is a glass that was placed by somebody on the furniture, correct?
Yes.
Now, that was there when you were there. You didn't place that there, right?
Correct.
You don't know how that got there, who put that there, right?
No, sir.
Could you also pull up the one where they showed the glass that's underneath the end table next to the bed? I thought it was 215. 17, try to, yeah, 217. Now, on 217, what exactly is this? I know it's glass, but what does it show?
It's the nightstand to the left of the bed.
Okay.
That's underneath the nightstand. It's showing a glass. The top part of it appears to be broken.
Okay. So that was underneath the nightstand, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You noted and documented by photograph what appears to be a circular red-brown stain on the bed, right?
Yes.
On the photographs, one of the things that you noted would be, I guess you call it a dog guard. In other words, the little thing that blocks the stairs so dogs can't run up and down the stairs.
Yes.
That was there, right? That's depicted in your photograph, right?
Yes.
Did a 260. I'd pull it up anyway, 260. Thank you. And that would be the metal or whatever, the dark colored.
The black dots, they tried to, I think they tried to say that it was eyeliner or mascara or whatever magic you ladies put on your eyes, but they never tested it. It has been mentioned, I know Melanie Little did a deep dive on it, and they talked about it being mascara, but right before they went for the 11 break, they said it was never tested, so no one really knows what it is. Yeah, it happens a lot with high-pressure people.
Locked guard, right?
That's, yes, on a gate on the platform.
Now, you also noted that there was broken glass that actually had gone as far as the pillow in the bed, right?
There was broken glass that was on the pillow, yes. That was not on the bed, it was on the bureau.
Oh, in the bureau, okay. Now, you had nothing to do with seizing any of the glass, testing, that would be the chemist, right?
Not necessarily. The chemist might. It might be the SPDU. It
What is
could,
that?
I'm sorry, State Police Detective Unit.
Okay,
It could be me. We would make a determination on scene
okay.
if it was something to be collected.
Now, one of the things that you did was document in excruciating detail these mysterious black marks, right?
Yes.
Did you make any observation whatsoever of any smearing or streaking or anything of that nature other than the dots?
Smearing or
In other words, you have the photographs that show the dots.
yes.
On any of the dots, did you notice any smearing or streaking or drag marks or anything like that?
There was, in other photos that I had taken, there appeared to be a scratch
Scratch, okay.
on the floor.
Scratch on the floor.
Yes, but as far as the black marks, they weren't perfect.
They weren't perfect, but as far, you know what I mean by a smear or a streak, right?
Yes,
Didn't see any of that.
no,
Okay. And the black mark that you do recall seeing that had a scratch on the floor, that would be, in your opinion, caused by something obviously that would either be heavy or would cause a scratch on wooden floor, right?
yes,
And there were a lot of suitcases in that house, right?
yes.
Now, I'm asking you about whether or not any scrapings, I don't know what you call it, scrapings or swabs or anything like that would be taken of the black marks so that they could be put into a, dating myself, test tube or something so you can preserve
This was her third divorce.
it and then send it to the crime lab for testing. Was that done?
Well, I did not do that.
Okay.
And they appeared to be non-biological in nature.
So
And so,
no?
so I'm going to say no. I can't speak for the chemist and what his job would be, or the criminalist and what his job would be.
And you were really pretty much confined, not confined, but I mean, your job was in the house itself in Dover.
Yes, in the house.
Nothing to do with the car or the hotel room or any of that stuff.
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Nothing further, thanks.
Okay, thank you. You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Evan Walsh, please.
years. Assigned to, yes.
How long? This time.
Okay.
What?
Your Honor, the call is going to call Lieutenant John Fanning at this time.
Okay.
Fanning! Did she not get money out of the first two? Is that why she wouldn't do a prenup? Well, number one, baby daddy over here was a carpenter. Carpenters can make a whole lot of money, but I don't know, does he look like he... But apparently they were still kind of maybe something. I don't know about the second one. Couldn't have been that long. And this one, again, 4.5 months, but she wanted a postnup for $100,000 and a house, I believe it was. You watched enough trials. It's to imply and make the jury think it must be something.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Oh, afternoon, yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Lieutenant John Fanning, Fanning,
Sorry.
by the Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you been employed by the Massachusetts State Police?
19 years.
And
Why does he have a little bump? That looks weird.
you said your current rank is lieutenant.
Yes,
How long have you been a lieutenant?
since December of 2021.
And what is your current assignment?
I'm currently assigned to the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit as the executive officer.
And what are your responsibilities as the executive officer?
I handle administrative duties, operations. I'm a supervisor in the homicide unit. I also supervise the white-collar crime, sexual assault, and computer crimes troopers that are within our office.
And how long have you been assigned to the Norfolk Detective Unit?
13 years.
Directing your attention to May 15, 2020, did you become involved with an investigation regarding Dover and the towns of Dover and Dedham?
Yes, I did.
And what was your rank at that point in time?
I was a sergeant.
And as a sergeant, what was your responsibility at that point in time?
I was a supervisor in the homicide unit, so we alternated duties weeks on and off with other supervisors. We would cover a week of call, and we have troopers that are on call 24 hours a day, 365 days.
And who was your supervisor?
Lieutenant.
Well, the last time he was in a courtroom, it made a lot of trouble for him.
Jerry Metaliano.
So on the 15th, what, if anything, did you do with regard to the investigation in Dover and Dedham?
So on May 15th of 2020, I was notified by a Dedham detective that they were investigating a missing persons that initiated in Dover, but they had involvement at a hotel in Dedham. The detective directed me that one of the persons involved, Ingolf Tuerk, goes by Harry, was at the hospital, at Norwood Hospital, along with Detective Gonski from Dedham Police Department. This was in the early afternoon hours, I would say 1 to 2 p.m.
And where were you at this point in time?
I was at the Canton office.
And so what, if anything, did you do?
I went right to Norwood Hospital and met with Detective Gonski. Simultaneously, I was notifying Trooper Kakowski, who was being assigned the case. He was coming back from the State Police training at the State Police Academy. I told him to head home, change, and then give me a call, likely heading towards Dover. I met with Detective Gonski.
Is this at Norwood Hospital?
This was at Norwood Hospital, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did she give you anything?
She did. She gave me the phone that belonged to Harry.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do with regard to that?
I had that phone transported back to our Canton office
And what was the purpose of that?
for preservation.
And what, if anything, else did you do at Norwood Hospital?
After learning of the defendant's condition at that time, he was unconscious. We had really no information as to what his condition was, other than that he was unconscious and he was in the midst of COVID. There was no one that we were going to speak to at the hospital. We left contact information there, but my next call was to Chief McGowan at Dover Police Department, which at that time he was at 29 Valley Road in Dover.
And did you give any instructions?
I did. I spoke with the chief briefly about information that they had gathered to that point, and I told him to secure the home, freeze the scene, pending a search warrant.
Okay, and then what, if anything, did you do next?
From there, I went to 29 Valley Road in Dover. I then spoke, I also started calling troopers within our office to have them also to start heading to that location. I arrived at 29 Valley Road, met with the chief. Simultaneously, troopers from my office are starting to arrive. I'm sending them out on a canvassing mission, also a search mission, looking for video surveillance. I also had a K-9 trooper from the state police respond to the scene, and I gave them a little gist of what we knew at that time and had them start conducting a search.
All right, what, if anything, did you do after that?
At that point there, again, the house is frozen. We have troopers canvassing, looking for video surveillance. We have a K-9 searching the exterior. I had learned about a call, a person by the name Kurt Fannenstyle, that he got this text from Harry around 4 a.m. that morning. This is what kind of prompted these calls to go out. We had an address for Kurt, and it was close by to the residence. I asked the chief if he could accompany me. All my troopers were busy doing canvassing. If we can stop by there before we head back to the Dover police to talk with Kurt.
And did you go to Kurt Fannenstale's home
I did.
with Chief McLean?
Yeah, they just forgot all about doing all of this in the next 2 years.
Yes,
All right, and were you able to speak with Mr. Fannenstale?
I was.
And did he show you anything while you were there?
He just showed me text between himself and Harry.
Okay. And after speaking with him, what, if anything, did you do?
Well, I told Kurt before we left that we'll have troopers, we'll probably have them come back to Dover PD in a little bit to conduct a more formal interview. And then from there, we went off to Dover PD Police Department, myself and the chief.
And what, if anything, did you do while you were at the Dover Police Station?
So once we got to Dover, that was kind of our command post in a sense as to working on this missing persons. I had troopers out, Dover Police had officers out conducting interviews. So we were waiting for them to finish and rally back at Dover Police Department. Simultaneously, Trooper Kakowski comes back, who's assigned the case officer. He meets back at Dover Police. And at that time, we're just trying to figure out who do we need to interview quickly. And so we start coordinating those types of interviews. We also have Trooper Kakowski starting to write the search warrant for the Valley Drive residents, Valley Road residents, and also items in Dedham.
In fact, any interviews yourself at that time?
I had a brief conversation with Stephen Rocca, who was the kid's father. Again, just get some preliminary information. Once I had a location on him, I sent 2 troopers out to interview him.
And was there anything else that you requested while you were at the Dover Police Station?
So a little bit earlier to that, I had Trooper Ed Keefe, who does a lot of forensic work with us, mobile forensics, computer forensics. I asked him if he could re-request the pings on an exigent circumstances.
You say re-request. Why do you say re-request?
It was my understanding that either Dover or Dedham had already requested pings on Katie McLean's phone,
And why were you re-requesting the pings?
because I wanted to see the information, see if anything had changed from the time that they requested it and we requested it. And quite frankly, we always verify our information, and it's just better for me to get the information myself and have my people process it.
And did you obtain information once you requested the ping?
We did.
And generally, what information was provided to you?
They're just, there's a series of records that are provided when you do a ping or anything called detail records, cell site location information. But ultimately, if the phone is on and active and there's either calls being made or data being transferred, so this information hits a tower either through call, SMS, or data. Those are the 3 streams that would hit a tower. Typically, we stick to calls and SMS. That will plot out points historically. It's not live time that we get this information. It's all historical. So if we ask for a requested period of time, you could get hundreds of hits on a tower. You could get 3 or 4 if the phone's off, or, so you only get it if the phone's on.
Well, he might have read the audit report from yesterday.
Just looked at those points on a map. There's a whole sequence of events you have to do to just look at those. And they were in and around the Valley Road address. So they were consistent with the area around Valley Road in Dover.
All right.
And there was only maybe 3 or 4, there was under 10 hits that we could look at on a map.
To what extent does geography play a role in your ability to utilize information that you receive from a ping?
It gets a little bit into radio frequency, can travel for a good distance. Certainly buildings, hills, we don't have many mountains around here, but things like that can certainly change frequency. I think the easiest way to explain it is everyone's phones that are here have a tower that they want to use right now, an antenna that your phone's looking to use. And then it's mapping a second and a third tower in case you move or you're on the move. That would continue from here down 95 if we were driving on the highway, that your phone's continuously doing that. So the phone can change between antennas that it likes to use, and some of it can do to weather, some of it can be due to use, buildings, hills, things like that. Distance certainly plays a factor into it.
All right. And is it fair to say that at a certain point, search warrants were obtained for 29 Valley Road and other locations?
Yes, and previous to that, based on those ping hits, I contacted another state police canine to start working on another search area. We also started planning for a full grid search with our special emergency response team for the following morning. That would have been May 16th. So we got those things planned while we were writing the search warrant and prior to having it signed and executed.
And were you present when the search warrant was executed at 29 Valley Road?
I was.
And was that in the early morning hours of May 16th?
It was.
Directing your attention to later on May 16th, what, if anything, did you do later in the day?
We had the special emergency response team kick off in the morning, gave them a briefing around 8 to 9 a.m. They started off on their grid search. In the meantime, Trooper Kakowski went back to Norwood Hospital. We were told that Harry was awake and alert, so we had Trooper Kakowski there. We had troopers conducting different things during the day.
And at a certain point in time, well, throughout the day, were you in touch with Trooper Kakowski?
I was.
And directing your attention to the evening time, were you aware at a certain point in time that Trooper Kakowski and Dedham detectives were able to speak with Dr. Tuerk?
Yes.
And
It can't.
at a certain point in time, did Trooper Kakowski reach out to you with information?
He did.
And what, if anything, happened after that?
He given me a description of.
So objection, what happened after that?
All right, sustain. Ask it again.
What, if anything, did you do after speaking with Trooper Kakowski?
I went to 1 Francis Street in Dover.
Who did you go alone or with anyone else?
I went with Chief McGowan, Sergeant Mayow, and Officer Sullivan. Those three are from Dover Police.
And did you utilize information?
This is Fanning, the guy who was supposed to have stopped Proctor when he was talking about looking for nudes of Karen Reed. He's also the guy that didn't find Sandra Birdsmore's passing suspicious in any way, which is actually funny because when you read the Dover audit, they don't find it's wrong that the police didn't find any problems, even though the feds did. So apparently everything was hunky-dory, even though they missed thousands of messages. Yeah.
That Trooper Kakowski provided you with?
I did.
And did you share that information with the Dover police officers?
I had explained the information that was given to me by Trooper Kakowski to the Dover Police. They directed me to 1 Francis Street. We took two.
And where did you go at 1 Francis Street?
I pulled right into the driveway at 1 Francis.
How far up did you go with the driveway?
Nearly up to the garage.
Okay. And I'm sorry, who did you say was present?
Chief McGowan from Dover Police, Sergeant Mayow from Dover Police, and Officer Sullivan from Dover.
Okay. And where, if anywhere, did you go?
We split up into two groups. If you, I guess the easiest way to explain it is if you split the pond in half, Chief McGowan and Sergeant Mayow went to the left, myself and Officer Sullivan went to the right, and we were just going to cover the pond that way. But to give you a visual, I'm heading back to what would be in front of the house at 1 Francis Street, where the chief and the sergeant are heading back towards more the main road.
And can you describe the lighting conditions?
It was dark, overgrown, thorns, bushes, trees down. It was not an easy area to walk through.
Oh, and by the way, yeah, he was the guy who was taking care of the security around the court the last time. He didn't have any involvement with the jury whatsoever. If you say that, Beveridge will yell at you because no interviews, no anything. He had nothing to do with the jury. Claiming that is horrendous. by the way, he was the guy who got juror A thrown off the case because someone contacted him and said, we have a recording from either the American Legion or another bar, which originally was reported as the Waterfall Bar, where they were drunk talking about the case a month before. And then he brought it to Bev's attention just before they were choosing the jury and got that person chucked off the jury. But he had no interaction with any jurors. He didn't know anything about any jurors, but he just had special knowledge about one juror, and people chose to call him, even though he had nothing, N-O-T-H-ing, to do with the jury. Nothing, and if you claim it, Bev will yell.
We stayed very close to the shoreline.
By the way, isn't that hearsay, and how did they confirm? Just because when they interviewed the juror, they said, I don't know. I don't think so.
And how were you able to see?
Flashlight.
And at a certain point, were you able to observe anything from the shoreline?
I was within 2 to 3 minutes. I could see at the time I was maybe 30 feet from, because I was scanning the water with my flashlight. I could see something that clearly stood out to be consistent with a body.
And could you see whether the body was, could you see the condition of the body?
I moved closer to the
Okay, Bev won't yell at you. She'll make you read Plevin's book. That's torture.
the closest point from the shore to the body. I could then tell from there clearly that it was a body. I could see an upper torso that was exposed. The body was face down. I probably had a better description of the body once it came out of the water, but at that time I could see what I would describe as black pants, upper torso, dark hair, face down.
And could you tell if the person was alive or deceased at that point?
Deceased.
No hit and runs by him.
In general, what section of the pond were you in?
I would have been, if you were standing on the front steps of the house that faces out towards the pond, probably at maybe 1 or 2 o'clock from the house, almost directly in front of the house, just maybe a little bit off to the right.
And so after observing the body, what, if anything, did you do?
From there, I contacted the state police dive team, which would assist with the removal of the body. I then also contacted crime scene services to have them start bringing a trooper that could document the scene. And then I also notified the medical examiner's office.
And what, if anything, was done with the body by the dive team?
So it took a little bit for the dive team and crime scene services to arrive, but eventually the dive team got there. They suit up in gear that they can wade through cold water. The body was approximately 15 to 20 feet out. It was roughly in 3 or 4 feet of water. And they basically bring the body back onto the shore. They had a blue tarp set out, and they placed the victim face down.
And can you describe the body at that point in time?
The body was, again, there was nothing on the upper torso. There was no shirt on the upper torso. I noticed 2 large rocks in what I would describe as black yoga pants. It seemed like there was one in the front, one in the back. Once the body was turned over, again, I observed what I believe to be another rock in the front of the pants. Nothing on the upper torso. Darkish hair. And then when I looked a little bit closer, I did identify the body as Kathleen McLean. There was debris on her body, soot from the pond, dirt, dust. Her body was, I would say, well preserved, and it just had pruning, as if you were in a bathtub for too long and you get prune skin. That's how I would describe the condition of her body.
After noting that Kathleen McLean did not have a shirt on, did you make any observations in the wooded area?
I did, and this would have been between the time I notified crime scene services and the MSP dive team. I started searching around the area, not too far from where I saw the body.
Well, he's guilty of unaliving her because he admitted he did that. But again, is it a crime of passion or was it a premeditated? And the more I hear it, it seems like there could be some crime of passion going on with the broken glass and the injuries to his head. But the door kicked open could be a problem.
I found at the time, it looked like a black shirt. It was kind of hooked on a tree that had fallen down.
You did.
Kind of got caught on maybe like what was a branch at one time. So I made sure that we documented that. When crime scene showed up, they documented the shirt. Eventually, once we removed it, we realized it was a black tank top style shirt.
All right. And so did crime scene services troopers document through photos?
This is how it's known in medical literature.
They did, the body, the scene, the shirt. And we also took photos the next day on May 16th under daylight conditions.
All right, so jurors, the Commonwealth is about to introduce into evidence through this witness some additional photographs showing Ms. McLean. You'll have these photographs with you in connection with the witness's testimony and during your deliberations. The photographs are not pleasant. They may be described as graphic. I instruct you that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy for the decedent, which might be occasioned by these photographs. Consider the photographs only as they may draw attention to a clinical medical status or to the nature of the injuries or to the nature of the incident itself.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could we please have the lights off and we have exhibit 119, please? Lieutenant, can you tell us what is in exhibit 119?
1 Francis Street.
120, please. What is it, 120?
You're heading towards the pond is kind of in that wooded area to the left, almost directly in front of the house.
121, please. What's in 121?
Again, that's the pond behind those trees.
And 122, please. What is in 122?
This would be a picture from the driveway. The house would be to my back right if I was in this picture, and you're again facing towards the pond.
123, please. What is it, 123?
Again, from the woods facing towards the pond.
124, please. What's in 124?
This would be with the pond to our back and left, back towards the house.
Yeah, but she invited him to the house that evening. Kind of ruins the restraint order.
125, please. What is in 125?
The pond.
And does this also fairly and accurately depict the brush and the trees and the foliage during this time, during May of 2020?
Yes.
Okay, could we have 126, please, or 27, sorry. What's in 127?
Again, facing the pond.
128, please. What's in 128?
The pond, you can start to see it there a little bit.
And where in the photograph can you see it a little bit?
Well, I guess where the trees end there, and just a little bit off to the left here. So we're kind of on the shoreline. Sorry, that's probably the best way to describe it.
And could we have 129, please?
So,
See in 129.
yeah, and that, I guess, black space behind those trees is the pond.
Is there a laser pointer up there with you?
Oh, okay.
Use that as an-
Sorry about that. Shoreline here, pond back here.
All right. And is it fair to say that it's dark in this photo?
We don't know what he hasn't been mentioned. I just know that they got the Brady letter because of Proctor.
Photograph?
Can you say that again?
Is it fair to say that it's dark in the photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And was the crime scene photographer using flash at certain points?
Yes, you wouldn't be able to see if you didn't have a flashlight out here. There was not much ambient light otherwise.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, is this 129? Could we please have 130? And what is this show?
Again, right from the shoreline looking out to that pond.
131, please? What is in 131?
The shoreline.
132, please? What's in 132?
That's the black tank top style t-shirt that I observed and then recovered.
And is that the area where it was located when you first saw it?
That's where I saw it, exactly right there.
On that tree?
You can see it's caught on that branch.
133, please? What can you see in 133?
Well, that's clearly the pond out there. I can't really see if I'm picking up on anything else, but the pond.
Could I have 1 minute, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Okay, please have 134. in 134?
The pond.
And 135, please. What's in 135?
So that's where I see Katie's body for the, roughly, that's what I saw the first time I observed Katie's body.
And we have 136, please. What is this?
That's Katie's body once she was pulled out of the water.
Okay, and in this 136, how is she facing?
She's face down, and you can observe that there's a large lump in the back in the yoga pants that turned out to be a rock.
And 137, please. What does this show?
Upper torso and head, debris on the back.
138, please. What is that photograph of?
That large rock inside the back of the yoga pants.
139, please. What is in 139?
The second rock that was in the front of the yoga pants. A little bit of a upper torso.
Is this face up now?
It is.
140, please. What's in 140?
The upper torso and head with her hair covering her face.
141, please.
That's the shirt that we recovered.
142, please. I'm sorry, is that 142, Ms. Dillon? That is 142. 143, please. What's in 143?
The shirt that we recovered.
And 144, please. That is a different shot of the shirt.
Yes.
145, please.
That's just the shirt with the, and the pond in the backdrop.
And 146, please. What is that photograph?
After we recovered it off that branch, that's what it looked like.
Okay, it's spread out in that photograph.
Yes.
And so you said that the next day you returned to 1 Francis Street?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that?
To take the photographs in daylight conditions. It was really dark. There's things we could have missed. Also to conduct a search if there was anything that we missed in that area.
Okay, and were there further photographs that were taken?
Yes.
Were there any additional items that were collected?
No.
Okay. Ms. Gilling, could you please try exhibit 309, please? And what is in 309?
That's the entrance to 1 Francis Street.
And are these series of photographs the daytime photographs?
They are.
Okay. 310, please. What can be seen in 310?
Driveway and pond of 1 Francis Street.
And 311, please. What is 311?
Did the photo change? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. One moment.
Is this 311? Yes. Okay, thank you. What's in 311?
Driveway, 1 Francis Street. That's similar to the photo that was taken the previous night.
312, please.
Look how they are making all of these establishing shots so you can tell. Isn't it funny how they remembered all of this and then forgot all about it? It's Trooper Fanning.
What can you see in 312?
Pond is
Yeah,
basically
Amanda.
off to your left here, 1 Francis Street off to the right. This is kind of the wooded area leading up to the pond.
And 313, please. What can we see in 313?
Closer image of the previous picture. It's hard to tell if I can see the pond from here, but it's just a close-up of the previous picture.
Okay. And what's the ground between the trees in this picture?
How would I describe it?
Yes.
Brush, thorns, a lot of down trees, branches. It's not like cleared out like as if you had a pond front property or something. It's a pond, and I would describe as with the usual things that lead up to a pond. There weren't paths through there, things like that.
Was there a mulch parking spot kind of area in 2020?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. We have 314, please. What is that photograph of?
That's heading directly, that's the pond, and then heads back out to the main street, but the pond is basically behind those trees there.
315. What is that a picture of?
The ground,
And what else can we see?
thorn bush.
Okay. And I think you testified earlier, were there thorn bushes in that area in
Yes.
2020?
Lot of thorns.
Okay. We have 317, please. What is that?
The pond,
Did I say 316 as well? Okay, thanks. What is it, 316?
the pond, and looks to be the area where we may have recovered Katie.
Just using the laser pointer, can you point to the general area?
So she was brought in here, and I'd say right in that area there. Just a closer shot of the water.
319, please.
Different shot of the water, but you can see the grass and petals there where she was close to.
320, please. What is in 320?
This looks like the shoreline towards where Katie was.
And 321?
Because this is what police work is supposed to be. You take all of these establishing shots so you can document, he had scratches on his legs that he says is from when he walked through the thicket. Is there a thicket there? Is there a clear path? Could it be possible? All of this is normal police work. You take all of these pictures. Only one case didn't have one single establishing photo at all.
Where's in 321?
Same. Same.
322?
I didn't watch the pretrial stuff.
Again, it's the same. It could be where the shirt was recovered the previous night.
323. What is in 323?
This is Kurt Fannin Styles' house. I believe it's on Walpole Street in Dover.
And where is that in relationship to 1 Francis?
Basically a butts.
If we could have the lights back on, please.
I think it's to get it on the record. This was in 2020, so yes,
There's gloves in front of you.
way before. Which is also in the audit report that they should have done that. No, she wasn't addicted to her husband. I don't believe that 1 second. They've been married for 4 months. There's no record of any DV in this case. She has a lot of accusations, but she has that against all her boyfriends. Oh, Nick Ricator was there.
That item.
This is the black tank top style shirt that we recovered in front of 1 Francis that night.
And then was it placed in that brown paper bag?
It was.
Right, I'd ask you to put it back in the brown paper bag. And I don't know if I said this, Your Honor.
No one who have ever watched a police investigation before can come to. Why didn't they make sure to have floodlights at the scene to light up the scene? They took those murky iPhone shots. I have sent better Richard pictures than the lighting in that one.
Is it an exhibit sticker on it?
Hold on.
No objection, Mr. Reddington?
308.
It's marked as 308.
Okay.
I don't know why he's every show he goes on now he has tank tops on. With shoulders that small, you shouldn't wear tank tops.
There's,
Is your name on this?
this is, yes.
Maybe
this is my
some
writing.
spaghetti straps so it looks wider.
Yes, May 16th, 2020.
No, I'm not blaming her.
335.
Far from
tape,
it.
so it's
But
difficult to read,
I'm
but
just
it's my writing signature.
I'm just also for justice, no matter what case it's in. And could it be a crime of passion that she slapped him in the face and he flipped out and unalived her? Or was it he went to the house and unalived her? And again, in every case, no matter if it's Karen Reed or it's Alex Murdoch or if it's the bastard who unalived Harmony Montgomery, the state must prove it.
Location found 1 Francis Street, Dover, near pond and shoreline where body was found.
I have no further questions at this time.
Okay. Do you want to just take that back? Thank you.
Thank you.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, you may step down.
This is the biggest problem I have. The broken door frame to me indicates that she might have taken, she might have hidden in the bedroom, but we haven't had anyone talking about that. Any of the investigators, if they looked for footprints or anything on the door. And I'm wondering why they didn't take samples of the black stuff on the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Evan Walsh, please, at this time.
Yeah, no one's saying it's her fault, but they still have to prove that it's murder one, not manslaughter. And again, she could have been obnoxious and getting on his nerves doesn't give him the right to unalive her. Yeah, premeditation is what's on trial.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give to the court?
Why-
and your
come on
testimony
now.
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record?
Evan Walsh, EvanWalsh.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a realtor with William Ravis Real Estate in, in Wellesley.
And how long have you worked in Wellesley selling real estate?
With William Ravis, just about 9 years. Prior to that, South Natick for...
Yeah, but then you probably have some residue, but I don't know.
About 10.
And what kind of properties do you list?
Primarily high-end luxury homes. I specialize in new construction.
In which towns do you list properties?
Dover, Sherburne, Medfield, Natick, Needham, Wellesley, Metro West.
Metro West area. In the course of your employment, did you meet either Katie McLean or Ingolf Tuerk?
Yes,
Which or both?
I met both of them.
Okay. And when was that?
June 14th and I think 15th, 2018.
And who did you meet on June 14th?
June 14th was Katie.
And who did you meet on June 15th?
Would have been Katie and Dr. Tuerk, their realtor. I believe that was it.
So what happened on June 14th?
I had received a call from Jennifer Giuliano, who is a co-realtor. She had stated that a friend of hers was interested in a property that I had listed in Dover, 1 Francis Street. She said she wasn't able to join her, but she wanted Katie was going to come alone and take a look at the property if I could, let her in and walk her around.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. So this is number 1 Francis?
Yes, 1 Francis.
And at that time, it was 1 Francis fully built?
It was fully framed. The interior was not complete, but the roof was on, the windows were in, the siding was up. Number 3 Francis Street was not yet on the market, and I believe that was primarily just the foundation. Maybe the first floor frame was up, but that was about it.
Okay. And on June 15th of 2018, what happened?
That's when I met Katie and Dr. Tuerk together, and basically...
Well, the state says he just did it. The defense said he was down on one knee begging her to take him back, and the broken glass we have seen all over the place, the rock glass, is from her smashing it in his face. But there's also some talk about he was angry at her because she was in contact with so many men and wanted to see her phone. So we kind of have 2 different stories, and we don't have a story that says he didn't do it. We have a story that says he did it in a fit of rage, and he did it because he planned it. That's the 2 competing stories. So he admits he did it, but he claims it's after she slapped him in the face with a glass that broke, and he does have some scratches in his hairline that could potentially be that. So, and his interview, he said, "I didn't mean to do it. I didn't mean to do it." So, again, these are the 2 competing stories we are discussing in this case.
The intent was that they were looking for a property that would accommodate a pool. We looked at number 1, and the lot at number 1 is not really conducive, even though it's a decent-sized lot. There's some ledge in the back that didn't really make it conducive. So
that's what he claims. The defense claims.
Number 3 not being on the market yet. I introduced that.
Again, it's their claim. He will probably take the stand. That's how I thought the defense attorney said during the opening statements that they will get to hear his voice, but then we heard the audio recording of the interview, so it could be there. They'll hear his voice. But his story is she broke a glass in his head.
Property to them, which had a more or less a larger, flatter, level backyard, which would be conducive for a pool.
Okay, and so did you walk in the area of number 1 and number 3 on June 15th with both Katie and Dr. Tuerk?
Yeah, basically, the context was that I could show them the floor plan.
Then why shouldn't the defense be able to? I don't know. Yeah, hearsay, of course.
Both houses were basically laid out roughly the same on the interior. So basically, we could walk through the house in its framed state and kind of go through the rooms, show her what the layout looked like. And then we moved over to number 3, given the fact that it was a better yard for a pool.
And when showing number 1 and number 3, Francis Street, would you discuss the pond with prospective buyers?
The pond would come up with most of the buyers.
And did you ever meet with Katie McLean or Harry Tuerk after June 15th of 2018?
No further contact after that.
No further questions, Your Honor.
So did you know that Harry Tuerk had already owned a house in that neighborhood?
Yes, I was familiar. I was the listing agent on that house.
To him?
I did not, no.
Okay. But you know that he owned his own home where he lived by himself for a long time in that neighborhood,
I
right?
did not know of Mr. Dr. No.
Okay. Now, did you know that Ms. McLean and her children had moved into Harry's home in March of 18?
No.
And it was on June 14th of 18 that Katie McLean reached out to you to buy a house in the neighborhood?
Jennifer Giuliano, her realtor.
Well, Jennifer wasn't buying it. She wanted to buy it for Ms. McLean.
Ms. McLean didn't reach out to me. It was her realtor.
Okay. So who was going to buy the house if they bought it?
I don't know.
Yeah, but normally if a man will stop you, we don't grab you by a neck, we'll grab you by the upper arms. Again, and you don't, because the defense kind of said, well, he just did this around her neck. You can't do that. So I think that'll be a problem, that the amount of time it takes to unalive someone, because then you get into that part where he should have known and he should have stopped, because if it's just get away from me, and she falls over, cracks her head on a dresser, you can say, well, he couldn't have stopped that action and it's a crime of passion, she was attacking him. But again, we're talking about 2 to 5 minutes of continuous pressure. In that amount of time, he should, especially as a medical professional, have realized this will end badly. So it's a different thing, I think.
See Miss McLean?
I did.
Did you talk to her?
I did.
Did you show her the house?
I did.
Why did you show her the house?
Because she and her husband were interested in purchasing the house.
Right. And that was in June of 18.
Correct.
June 15th, he came with her the next day, right?
Yes.
She expressed to you that she liked the house.
Yes.
And then the issue of the pool came up. She told you she had kids and she wanted to have a pool, entertaining, right?
I don't recall whether she said she had kids, but pool was the main reason for looking.
And then after June 15th, that was the last time that you saw either one of them, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
In May of 2020, what was the status of number 1?
Number 1 was still on the market, and we had not sold it yet.
And what about number 3?
Number 3 had sold.
No further questions.
Okay, you may step down, sir. Thank you. Thanks. All right, can I just see counsel at sidebar, please? They're looking at Monday. We're going to have a late start. We're going to start at 10 and we're going to go until about 2 o'clock. Okay, so you're going to have an extended period of time off now. It's extremely important to follow the instructions that I gave you, and I'm going to give you those instructions again. You need to keep an open mind. Do not form any judgment, conclude you are not. We'll see you Monday morning.
Yay, everything.
Who's the
Let's get to the arguments after. And Lorelei, Annie, no, it's absolutely not victim blaming. I don't blame any. She didn't deserve to die. No one deserves to end their life in this tragic way. And we don't have to agree that he's allowed to put a defense on. Well, we have to agree on that because that's the 5th, the 6th, and the 14th Amendment. And all of you should always, no matter if you like the defendant or you dislike the defendant, should agree that they must have the best possible defense. Even the worst scum of the earth have a right that they can put on a defense. This case just evolves around, was he jealous because she was on other, trying to hook up with other men? Doesn't make it right to kill her. Or did she hit him in the face and he flew into a fit of rage? This is what it's about. The difference is premeditation. And this is all we're talking about. Again, it doesn't matter how much of a philanderer you are or how godlike you are. No one is allowed to kill anyone else. Murder is against the law. And I just think that we all also need to remember that little sliver of, it doesn't matter that you're dead. You could have been a bad person. And people are always, well, you can't speak ill of the death. Well, if she was sleeping around, why shouldn't we mention it? Because it's part of her story. If it's the same in the Karen Reed case where they say, well, she was hooking up with Higgins. Yes, and she admitted it because she was hooking up for a very short period with Higgins, which gave him even more of a motive to do it. It's part of the story, and we shouldn't say we can't talk ill about the death just because they're dead. It's part of the story, but everyone have the right to have a fair trial, no matter how big a piece of crap. And I covered the Harmony Montgomery trial. You don't get a bigger piece of than that guy. And I, to this day, still believe they forgot to indict his co-conspirator. And I don't believe he unalived her in the way that his wife claimed. I'm more akin to believing she had an OD in the car. But in way too many cases, they just point at someone and says, you did it. And then everyone circles the wagons and say, nope, we'll protect this case. We, on this channel, we don't have to agree. And we don't have to think. Sue is on this channel, and she disagrees with me 98% of the time. Every case, if I say, I think she's guilty, he's guilty, Sue will say, no, I don't think so. And that's just how our dynamic is. But it doesn't help anyone that we try to protect someone's reputation because it's part of the case. And it will come out. They can have every witness sit there and tell, well, she was a Sunday school teacher and she wear 2 pair of panties because she was so holy. And then you get all the text messages, you get all the booby pictures. Then it just looks stupid in front of the jury. So it's better to be open and honest. And again, I don't judge you. If you want to have 5 different guys while you're married, it's between you and your husband. But if you'll ever go into a courtroom, that will come out. I don't judge anyone if they're swinging, if they like the little feather, if as long as they are adults, it's consensual. Do whatever freaks you out. I don't care. But you have to expect that your darkest, deepest secrets will come out in a courtroom. I covered that case with the poor woman who was pew-pewed in a drug den. I had her sister write me after talking about her. And I said, I don't understand why someone with a little girl can sit in a drug den at night. And she gave me a backstory, but I will still say it because it's part of the trial and it's part of reality. We are not, I know dead people, yes, I'm very sad, and I don't think she deserved it. No matter if she hit him in the face with a glass, I think a man is big enough, strong enough that he could take her, subdue her, call the police saying, she attacked me, you better help me, even though I also know he'll most likely be the one in trouble after. It doesn't excuse him. But if you live a life where there could be bad stories out there, you will see them in court. And we are allowed to talk about it. I don't demean her. I don't bring up the pictures of her in a Heidi dress with everything showing. I don't do that. But I will say, if there is a part of the story about her being a little fond of men with a lot of money, it's part of the story. Is it sad? Absolutely. There's kids sitting without a mother right now. But the truth is, she might have had less fondness for the doctor and more fondness for his money, is what we see. And we should be allowed to say stuff like that. It doesn't make it right. Only if you are furry with Mo. That's okay.
Be seated. Ms. Beatty.
So I have, it's my understanding that the defense intends to call Dr. La Posada via Zoom. And I just wanted to, I didn't know if the court would typically inquire of the defendant about that. This courtroom, the Zoom usually works in here. And I don't know who's setting up the Zoom or running the Zoom, so I wanted to clarify that. I know in one, we had a trial once where the Zoom really wasn't working very well, and the judge...
I love it when people can not coexist. I love it when people can disagree in a grown-up professional way. I'm in a Twitter battle with some retard right now, sorry, an idiot, no, I can't say that, some stupid person right now calling me buddy. Don't call me buddy. And we should be allowed to discuss parts of the case. The only thing we shouldn't be allowed to say is, you can't say that. Well, there's some messages I won't bring up when people are writing stuff about fanning, about stuff I have no proof of. I won't discuss that. But we should all be allowed to say, well, I think this and that, you're looking too much at this and too little on that. You should have been here for you were here for the Ashley Benefield trial. Me and Sue was arguing every single day, and I loved it. And then Sue sent that Mexican to Denmark and tried to take a hit out on me.
Judge decided that then the witness needed to come in. So
Trying to avoid that.
yeah. And then my final issue is with David Chaitin, who's the attorney who helped with the deed transfer. And that's already in evidence.
Is the word for
We've got two copies of the deed, a big one and a little one in evidence. And I don't know what other evidence the defense intends to elicit from Mr. Chaitin, but I do have concerns that it potentially has to do with text messages that he exchanged with the victim. And I don't know that it's proper to call a witness just to impeach him on an issue that's, I would suggest, not material to this case and not relevant to the deed, since there's no challenge to the fact that he was asked to prepare this deed, he prepared the deed and later recorded it.
Mr. Reddington, with respect to...
I believed that she could have acted in self-defense. And I got a lot of heat for that. But that's the beauty of it. You shouldn't be on my channel because I say the things you want to hear. You should be on my channel to be challenged sometimes and make you think and say, oh, yeah, I guess you could see it that way too. There's nothing worse than echo chambers and SAC. SAC is also bad.
Mr. Chaitin first.
Mr. Chaitin not only prepared the deed, he wanted to do the deed. And there's text between him and Ms. McLean, just like Mr. Kurt, and it's the same thing, and it's relevant and material Because one of the things that she had asked him in the course of their discussions about various Kama Sutra positions that they preferred, et cetera, is whether or not when he died, that she'd inherit or own everything.
I saw something under during the Sarah Boone case that made me. I had to block that person instantly. That said, if you don't believe Sarah Boone, it's because you condone DV, and I was like, and people call me a misogynist. I just come here to annoy me. Well, it looks like you come here to annoy me and slap Brandon in the face, which I don't condone. Absolutely not. But we should meet up when Brandon and I go on that golf trip, so I can get some entertainment, because I'm not playing golf. Thank you, Lefty.
And he said yes. He's also the one that told her the day before May that the deed was recorded. It was dated, you might recall, April 29th. It was recorded the following day. He sent her a text. He told her it's recorded. Yay, everything's great. That's when she asked about, do I inherit everything? I think he's a heck of a lot more important than just a lawyer who drew a deed. And
Why is with the exception of the text indicating when the deed was recorded, which I don't think is contested, is that right? The date of...
it's easy to prove when the date was...
All right.
The deed was drawn and
At
recorded.
least there's white claws in that chamber.
Why are the other texts admissible?
When she's asking him if she inherits the whole house, if she inherits everything if he dies in the middle of the pandemic, knowing...
She's asking Mr. Chaitin that?
Yeah.
So why is that relevant?
Because it shows her state of mind. She wants everything. She wants his house.
Ms. Beatty? And what are the approximate dates of those texts?
That would be the end of April. I mean, he's texting her throughout that period of time, but the deed is prepared and recorded in April when he finally agrees to put her on the property as tenants by the entirety, as you know, as husband and wife, tenants by the entirety. If one dies, the other one inherits everything. At the same time, he was involved with her demands about signing the post-nup agreement for the $100,000 plus the lawyer fees and all that. This guy prepared the deed for her and told her it was on record. And that would be at the end of April. I want to say like April 28th, 29th.
So again, that's a different issue. The deed, if we're going to stretch it to legal advice that he gave the alleged victim about property stuff, fine. But stepping beyond that to what Mr. Reddington is going to next, which is the inappropriate messages, or however you want to characterize it, I would suggest that that's calling someone just to impeach him, and it's really impeaching the victim, and really disparaging the victim. And I think it's similar to the arguments that we had earlier regarding Mr. Fanninsteel's text messages. I'll stipulate to the text messages regarding the legal advice about the deed and the property stuff, or if he wants to call Mr. Chaitin just to ask those questions, that's fine. But anything beyond that, I would suggest is not relevant.
All right, so when is he scheduled to come in?
We've arranged, government had him on a summons. We've discussed about this. They were going to call him. Now they're not going to call him. I'm going to call him, but we both understand it's going to be by Zoom.
So we do not have him under summons. I was very clear that we don't have him under summons. He's in Florida. So he was not on our final witness list. He was on earlier versions of the witness list. We talked with him at certain points in time and told him that we understood that the defense might want to call him as a witness, and it might be via Zoom. I haven't talked with him recently, so that's all I can say on that point.
All right, so why don't we do a voir dire of him?
Over Zoom?
Yes, well, I think that's how it's going to have to be.
Okay.
Have you talked to your client about his right?
This is true in a lot of cases, and that's actually weird because Denmark has this very high level of public trust where we pay a lot of taxes and demand a lot back from the society. So that's why we have a very high level of trust. But you Americans are a nation built on not trusting anyone. But the second the state says, yeah, we think she's guilty, most people will have to be forced to go back and say, presumption of innocence. It's just so weird to see how people trust the popo so much in these cases.
Right to have witnesses present in
course.
person?
I'm not
Yeah.
your buddy pal.
Okay, well, I'm going to engage in a colloquy with him on Monday with respect to his rights to have these witnesses here.
Well, I mean, Chayton's in Florida.
I understand.
And my understanding is that we basically, either one of us, we're going to call him, we'll put him on Zoom. If he's going to be on Zoom, that's fine by me. I mean,
Is it fine by your client?
Of course, yeah, believe me, I talk to him about everything. But you can certainly inquire. You can do it now, you can do it Monday,
I'll do it
that's up to you. I would ask if perhaps the state police or council could reach out to Mr. Kiten, because I'm sure he's probably going to be like a dog shivering, as they say, with the razor blades, if and when my name comes up on his cell phone. So I'd ask that the government could contact him to make arrangements for him to be by Zoom.
We're happy to.
Sure, he's not going to talk to me. He's not going to want to have anything to do with me.
I'm happy to contact him and to try and coordinate a Zoom. I just needed time.
Yeah, that's fine, great. Yep, perfect.
So-
Thank you.
He doesn't want to talk to the defense
You
lawyer.
thinking Tuesday, Mr. Reddington?
I think maybe we ought to keep him for Monday, just in case we do need a filler, you know what I mean? I don't think the government's going to put in their whole case and, required findings and all.
Maybe Friday. It's 230 pages, plus I have 486 pages of mind-numbing, I won't even say regurgitated X posts that I have to read.
The rest of that.
I don't think he was very good. He's better with police witnesses than he was with the civilian witnesses.
Much, I think it's going to be close to 1 o'clock. But I mean, if you want to, we could have him lined up for that time frame. I just,
Why don't we plan to have him available Tuesday?
Okay.
That makes sense.
Tuesday, fine, okay.
In other words, you're going to have enough presenting your case. It's easily going to get us into Tuesday.
Yeah, I'll have a few witnesses I can have to be here on Monday, yeah.
Okay.
And we're stopping at what time Monday?
About 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock,
All
okay,
right, so we're not starting until 10,
got it, yep,
and we're going to stop around 2 o'clock.
okay. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Beatty, anything else?
So I think we're getting Dr. Zeisel's report today. We might need a voir dire of Dr. Zeisel, but I need to look at the report.
Mr. Reddington, Dr. Zeisel's report.
I believe that, yeah, they should have that.
I just haven't gotten a chance to check my email yet today.
Okay, and when are you planning on calling him?
Tuesday?
Okay, all
I would
right.
expect Your Honor, Dr. LaPosada will be Tuesday, Dr. Zeisel will be Tuesday. I would expect that Richie Kovitz and another gentleman would be Monday. Mr. Keitel would be Tuesday. Of course, defendant would consume the rest of Tuesday, and I don't know, we're going full day Wednesday, but we'll have plenty to do between now and Monday and then the end of.
Who is going to be on Zoom? Dr. LaPosada?
Dr. LaPosada because of a medical condition, and Mr. Keitel.
Those are the only two?
That's it, yep.
All right, everybody else will be in
Yes.
person.
And
Okay.
Mr. Reddington, if we decide that we're going to challenge Dr. Zeisel, do you have an issue with us providing the court with a copy
No.
of his report?
No, not at all.
Thank you.
Okay. And you have a report?
It's been emailed to me. I just haven't checked my
All
email
right,
yet.
is there any objection if I get it from the Commonwealth?
No, you don't want to get it from me because you know I won't be able to do it, right?
That's not what I said.
Yeah, of course, I have no problem with that. They can give me a copy of that.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
La Pisada is that ME that isn't that the same ME that looked at the Birchmore trial, or the is it an? Am I getting this wrong? I like that the way the defense and prosecution are actually cordial and to each other and working together. Yes, this is what you normally have because they are colleagues. They are working together. They see each other all the time. When I go to court, there's banter and stuff like that. Of course, some people have a strained relationship, but they talk to each other very nicely because they're colleagues. But then you have the whole special protector Brennan, who he's to me he's kind of like a cartoon villain type of defense lawyer, just being an a-hole to everyone, and I don't understand because you get way more with sugar than you get with vinegar, unless you get French fries, because sugar on French fries isn't that great, but vinegar apparently in England is okay on French fries. Yeah, but then you've probably seen how bad some of them are behind the scenes. This lawyer reminds me of Earl Grey. He's going to the bar across the street after a guilty verdict is read. He's probably he needs a little tip off. This friendly conversation is such a breath of fresh air. Yeah, and most cases we see this. It's I would say it's more normal to see a friendly relationship between them than the crap we see in the Karen Reed case. But that's because Brennan is just an a-hole. And he's working on from Lally, who was an a-hole and lied to the defense all the time. And Jess, she will read all the motions in this trial while reading the Plevin book as well. Salt and vinegar on any kind of chips goes here. I've never tried it. Someone made a comment that if Brennan is getting under your skin, he's doing a good job. No. I really don't think a lawyer who makes me actively hate him is doing a good job. Because if he can't put that away when the jury is in the room, he has a big problem. Because you don't want the jury to hate you. You want the jury to think you're the funny guy. You're the guy I could go and drink a beer with. That's what Alan Jackson is doing. He's the people person. He's the, hey, everyone, ain't it fun being in court earning $15 a day? That's the one you want. You want the charming conversationalist who you feel, oh, yeah, I don't really listen to him, but he seems friendly. You go to jail, I'm going to get a drink, then move on. It's their job. Power has gone to Spanky, said he always been the underling with Krowski. Krowski got that guy off for a 4 rape. Oh, I do like fish and chips. I like the mashed peas. Vinegar on fries is amazing. They are the best fries at the boardwalks in New Jersey, and you just drench them. Amazing. Well, then I have to go to New Jersey. Well, the funny thing is, why, and I saw Aiden posted today that someone actually asked today, why the heck did you have to go and get a special ADA on that case? Oh, sorry, special protector on that case. And we can't say anything. We have a gag order. Why do you need, when you have 100 and something lawyers working for you, why do you have to go find a special protector? So apparently clicking on Melanie Little before Baker was a bad idea. She must be way behind. Well, it's always a good idea to click on Melanie Little, but it's always a good idea to click on me as well. I like being clicked. It makes me... The way he treated Dr. Russell, I don't know. If he does that in front of a jury, do you think will win him more friends than he'll get enemies? Because he didn't really... his way of asking question is just yelling people down. And this is what I didn't like with Reddington, with the first two civilian witnesses, because they weren't saying what he wanted them to say, so he just started yelling. That's why he said he's way better with cops, because they will just answer. Mushy Peas is good. A chippy body with gravy. What the heck is that? Is it when you take 2 pieces of bread and put French fries in it and then put gravy on top of it? That's weird. Well, it hasn't been brought into court, so I don't know. Which boardwalk I think Baker would most enjoy? Seaside Heights. I don't know it. I don't know what I only seen boardwalk Empires, and I don't think I would like that place. Those pictures was pretty suspect to me, taken after the body was removed. I mean, come on. Yeah, and again, you have in this case, they did show pictures of the body. We were just not allowed to see him. But again, you have no establishing shots. It's fine that you go up close and, oh, this is the body, this is how he was positioned, and this is how it looked with the blood. But you would do from across the street, so you got the full front of the house. Then you would go closer and see, okay, here you can see the flagpole, here's the electrical cabinet, so you can kind of, when you have to do the reconstruction, you can say, he's here. And then you'll go closer and closer and closer. The problem is, they took for 2 feet away. It's never seen anything like it. Never. As I just said earlier, it's 230 pages. I'm also going through 400 pages of Plevin. Might do it Friday if everything... but again, tomorrow will be the opening statements in the Reed Case 1 with Valhalla at noon. I hope the weather is good, because then I can go in and fix my garden in the afternoon, my time. But Friday, I don't have anything planned, so I might, depends on how long I'm in Plevin's book, I might either do Plevin or do the audit. I don't know yet. Was Jersey Shore filmed in Seaside Heights? I don't know what Jersey Shore is. Is that the one with all the oiled up people who... banged like rabbits on cocaine? It baffled me that they didn't roll out half the resources they did for John that they did in this case. Yeah, again, this is how you should document a case. This is how you and this was, again, not to disparage the victim, but this was just a lady. John was a cop. This lady, they took pictures of everything. They walked into the house. They did wellness checks. They did everything. John, they didn't even knock on the door. Why didn't they cross-examine Fanny? Because they couldn't get any of the Proctor stuff, so there's probably nothing to get here. Has to be a few mouse ears nearby. Well, Valhalla won't allow me to go to the mouse ear. I always wondered if they did the Karen Reed investigation, top mats, would we think differently? No. My biggest problem in the Karen Reed case is the lack of injuries to John's body. That's why I believe she is factually innocent, because I have been a juror in more than one case. I had an unaliving by a guy who fell asleep behind the wheel and hit a guy with he hit him with around 36, 40 miles an hour. And it was one of those mid-sized delivery vans. And after seeing those pictures, and again, using common sense, with the lack of injuries to John O'Keefe's body, you must hate Aiden to be the one of the people claiming that Karen Reed is guilty. There's no possible way John O'Keefe could have been hit by a car. And if he couldn't have been hit by a car, Karen Reed couldn't have done it. Then you can put all the rest of it, him falling out of a shoe, the tail light, whatever. Trust me, the first time you see a victim's photos who's been hit by a car, this guy was taken front on and went through the windshield. They had a camera in the car. Didn't look good. After seeing that, and you then see that he has some scratches to his arm and a red abrasion on his knee, and that should be from the impact of a car going 10 miles slower than what I saw, but probably weighing more than the car I saw. Ain't no way in hell, is all I can say. So I don't think you can't get past physics. You can plant all the evidence, you can take all the photos, but as long as you can't show me his busted knee, his broken hips, his lower body, because a car is made to protect you when you get impacted. You will be hit by the bumper. What the hell is flashing outside? You will be hit by the bumper before you get hit by the rear door of a car. Cars are designed to protect pedestrians. So his knees would have been slapped before his arm. So I don't buy it, and you can't cheat physics. Physics is the only constant. You can put evidence everywhere. You can have people testify to A, B, and C. But as long as the physics show he wasn't hit by a car, I will find her not guilty. Yeah, look at the injuries that the old man suffered when he was hit by the chief of police. That guy went away fast as well. So, but that's just how it is. It's true, I disagree a lot, but it's never personal. We have a really good time. Yeah, and you get to yell at me in Discord afterwards, and you like that a lot. So that's why you hang out here. But that's how it is. I just woke up from my morning nap. Did Karen escape? This isn't the Karen Reed case. As you can see, it's Ingolf Tuerk, a German guy who unalived his wife. But did he do it in a crime of passion, or did he plan it because she was maybe a little bit too fond of his money? We will have to come back Monday to find out. Tomorrow, I will have the lovely Valhalla on for a noon show. I sent the expert an invite for my night show, but he's too big for me now. If you don't know the expert, you should all go check him out. He is one of the funniest people on YouTube. He does have about 2,000 squirrels living in his brain, so be prepared for that. He primarily streams at night around 9 o'clock Eastern. So if you like to get a little smile on before you go to bed, you should go check out the expert on his channel. No. That's why I'm saying they should go watch it, because your looks. The only problem is I think Zach is a mod on his channel, so be warned. That's one of the mistakes the squirrel makes. Maybe the mods can put in a link for the experts channel. And if you are newer to this and you want to hang out sometimes, I do go on live streams. I do go on live chat on Discord sometimes where we can talk together, and you can hear Sue yell at me, you can hear Danny T yell at me, you can hear Panilla yell at me. It's a lot of yelling. We do that. But tomorrow I will have Val back on and we'll watch the opening statement from Karen Reed, part 1, making ready to part 2. And Friday, I'll find something to do. Saturday, nothing. Sunday, I'll find something to do. Please go check out the expert. Great guy. And even though he hides it well, he's actually really smart. And his wife is lovely, except she likes moon pies. I don't like moon pies. Oh, and in the Discord, we put all the evidence and the documents and the pictures from cases that we can't show. So everyone, go enjoy your lunch. I'll go enjoy my dinner. And I'll be back at least tomorrow at noon. Med Valhalla, noon Eastern. Hasta la taco.
What exhibit are you referring to? I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. All right, 100.
100.
Because it is 100%
100%.
correct.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All right, I'm in love. Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't have cared.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
So there-
Everybody has.